Let us pray. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of rulers and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humankind, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us your servants whom we have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your present treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests we have committed to our charge, all which we ask in the name and for the sake of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen. Are there any notices of motions? Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ma'am, and good afternoon. Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that tomorrow this House takes note of the report of the Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission for the year 2025, presented to this House of Parliament in terms of Section 323 of the Constitution of Zimbabwe. I so submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I'm upstanding, I rise also to give notice that tomorrow this House takes note of the report of the Judicial Service Commission for the year 2025, presented to this House of Parliament in terms of Section 323, subsection 1. The last one. Again, Madam Speaker, I rise to give notice that tomorrow this House takes note of the report of the Zimbabwe Electoral Commission for the year 2025, presented to this House of Parliament in terms of Section 323, subsection 1.
Thank you. The clerk will read the first order of the day.
Urgent debate on motion on the second reading of the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Number 3 Bill, HB 1 of 2026.
Thank you. When this debate was adjourned on the 12th of June 2026, the question before the House was a motion by the Honorable Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs that the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment number 3 BHB 1 2026 be now read a second time. Is there any further debate? I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, firstly, allow me to thank the honorable members for debate, and I think I requested the clerk to check for me. Over 120 members debated. It's a record in this parliament since the inception of our parliament. At this juncture, Madam Speaker, allow us to make some
I have a point of order, Honorable Speaker.
No, do not debate. Chief.
What is your point of order, Honorable Matewu?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I humbly want to know, are we closing the debate? Because I thought we are continuing with the debate. Because has this been confirmed and given a position by the whips? Because like myself, I'm here to debate with others.
Yes. You will debate in the committee stage.
No.
Madam Speaker, like I said, at this juncture, allow us to make responses.
Point of order. Point of order. Point of order. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order. Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Please, may you allow the Honorable Minister to...
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order in terms of handling Section 8.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point of order?
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my point of order arises for the fact that here in this House, we represent 110 constituencies. Right? Apart from that, we also represent 10 provinces. We cannot, Madam Speaker, agree to adjourn the debate until we have been heard. Some of our constituencies have not been heard, and they must be heard. Madam Speaker, I rise from Marondra Central, which is the province of Pashis province. It has not been heard. We cannot allow, Madam Speaker, to close this House without crucial constituencies being heard in this House. So we can't close, Madam Speaker, the debate until members have been heard in terms of their election and in terms to be heard. So, Madam Speaker, I move that we must be heard. Marondra must be heard. Chirezi must be heard. Wage must be heard. Bulaya must be heard. Harare must be heard. And all those constitutions must be heard before we close down this debate. So we can't allow, Madam Speaker, to close that debate until we have been heard. I so move, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Madam Speaker.
Please take your seat.
Yes, Madam Speaker, but we also want to be heard. We cannot allow debate to close when we have not submitted the views of our people.
May we have order in the House? May we have order?
We want to debate, Madam.
Order! May we have order, please?
We want to debate, Madam Speaker. That second, Honorable Matewu.
Chinyarara ikandidaire. Honorable Leader of Government Business, please may you approach the chair. May you approach the chair. Lokubuyisa phansi.
Yep. Once he's approaching the chair, allow us to be heard. Allow us to voice our opposition to CAP 3 in this House. We cannot allow others to speak on our behalf.
Pane judgment yakaitwa ichiti munhu wese achadhibheta ngatidhibhetei.
Munhu wese ngadhibhete nosei
Tinoda kutotaura.
we must debate. Murunchei musakpata mani chii vane muri varume munokpata umanyireko chii
Honorable members, we will now proceed with the debate, but you don't have to debate what has already been said by other members.
Point of privilege, Madam Speaker. Point of privilege, Madam Speaker. Point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of privilege?
My point of privilege, Madam Speaker, pertains to what you've just said. The Speaker said there are so many ways of killing a cat. So we don't want you to disrupt those who are going to be debating, hiding behind it has been said already. The Speaker said there are so many ways of killing a cat. So allow people to debate without constraining them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Kati yacho yakatofa kudhara. Yakatofa. Kati yafa, isati yafa.
Kitsi yakatofa.
Kitsi chiri menu, kitsi chiri menu.
Ndakuona pakafira kitsi yacho iyoyo.
Chiri.
Vasikati.
May we have.
Mune 16 check vasikati blue. 16, 1, 2, 3, 16 now. Never 3 out.
Honorable Amauska, please take your seat.
I have a point of privilege.
The cat is dead.
I want to suggest something in line with your ruling.
All right, please go ahead.
Madam Speaker, ma'am, in view of what Honorable Minister had moved, I would even suggest that you may reduce the minutes to 15 minutes so that all the members who want to debate will be given the ample time to, even 10 minutes will be enough. I know I managed to debate 7 minutes and it was enough, so 10 minutes will be okay. So that everyone else, if members agree, everyone will be able to debate.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Government Chief Whip.
Now that we have agreed that we are going to debate, if members decide to debate more than the 10 minutes that is being proposed, let's all agree that we'll make sure that this list is exhausted. So we are going to sleep here until we have exhausted this.
Agreed. Honorable members will debate, but not more than 10 minutes. I recognize Honorable Chikwinya N.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to represent the women of Metropolitan Province of Harare and one of the war veterans of the armed struggle that brought about independence of this country and has been blessed to be in this house 46 years after independence to witness this historic milestone of our revolution. I do have a message from the women that I represent. I quote, very quote, amendment bill number 3, takapedza nazvo. Kuparliament iko komsano tambe nebhiri iroro. Budai makaripedza nokuti takarimirira. Thank you. I close the court. Mr. Speaker say, you cannot stop the wheel of history from turning the way it wants to go. Cap number 3 is the revolutionary will, which is turning according to the will of Zimbabwean people, exhibited by the overwhelming support of Cap 3 during consultative phase of our, where we went for consultations. Therefore, it is unstoppable. Therefore, let me categorically and clearly present in a clear, structured and patriotic manner the democratic wisdom underpinning the proposed constitutional amendment bill before this House. The reforms we deliberate today are not a diminution of the people's voice, but a refinement, a structural evolution designed to mend the fractures that have for too long defined our body politic. Our president has always told us, even our visionary leaders of liberation of Zimbabwe, they educated us that the struggle for freedom is not a singular event, but a continuous revolution. The architecture of our nation building requires deliberate strategies executed across distinct phases of the revolution. Therefore, Amendment Bill number 3 is a genesis of yet another phase of revolution known as the economic war of liberation, and it has its own strategies to meet the desired goals. Militarily would say, usage of terrain and terrain features. Mushona tinoti kuchandisa nzvimbo nemamirire ayo. This terrain of economic war of liberation has its own goals and strategies. Cap 3 is one of such strategies. Mr. Speaker, let me hasten to say, Cap 3 is not a new phenomenon on our revolutionary blueprint. It is a phase of a revolution which we are expecting at its rightful time, and the time is now. Therefore, we fully support this clause, amendment number 3, with reservation on issues where we talk about the Gender Commission, which I will deliberate on later in my presentation. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, our revolution has undergone various phases of revolution, beginning with the first Chimrenga, Yanambuya Nehanda, Chareka, Anasekuru Kagui, the Ndebele spiritual leader, Mlilo, the unwielding Mukwati, Chief Mashonganyika, and the brave Indoba of Matewu laid their lives and their blood-watered seed as they resisted the people that were fighting. And then that established the foundation of the first, the foundation of the second revolution. This is what we call the armed struggle. Yakatanga nekuti vanambuya nehanda vanga vaita chimwe chinhu. The armed struggle, when Chimrenga, where I for one participated, the armed struggle had its own strategies and goals. The gallant sons and daughters of this soil took up arms to fight successfully against colonial rule, which brought about independence and the freedom that we enjoy, including sitting in this sovereign parliament, Yatakagaranas. This phase, Mr. Speaker, has its own strategies and goals. Different from the first Chimrenga, it is during this phase where we were made to understand that the liberation struggle is not an end to itself, but a precursor to other revolutions to come. Hence, upon the advent of independence, it was yet another revolution phase which needed to be dealt with, and it had its own goal and strategies. Madam Speaker, we find ourselves in yet another phase of the revolution. Amendment number 3, Amendment Bill number 3, Woye. The letter and the spirit of our constitutional amendment bill number 3 is not a new phenomenon on our revolutionary blueprint. It is the phase designed to move the gains of the liberation struggle and spearhead with vigor the economic war of liberation. It requires different type of weapons to fight this war. Cap 3 is one of such weapons to fight and win this war. Cap 3 is directed towards the achievement of economic emancipation and the realization of Vision 2030, the creation of a prosperous upper middle class society by 2030. As His Excellency the President has consistently reminded us, political independence without economic emancipation is incomplete. Therefore, CAB 3 is an institutional mechanism to secure our economic destiny for current and future generations. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, to touch on a few fundamental points of, in CAB 3. The election of the President by Parliament. The architecture of this proposal preserves the sanity of individual ballot while neutralizing the toxic zero-sum tension of winner-takes-all politics. The President is not selected by the abstract elite, but the member of Parliament, the custodian of a community's destiny. This Parliament election model mandates negotiation, bridges ideological chasm, and structurally enforces coalition building. The result is a head of state who emerges not as a triumphant gladiator representing a narrow faction, but as a pre-negotiated symbol of a broader national collusion in the spirit of our liberation struggle. It ensures our leadership reflects the consensus of a collective, diverse humanity, healing the fractured consciousness of our nation. On the issue of a term extension, Madam Speaker, the economic industrial war of liberation requires continuity under the guidance of a tried and tested
Honorable
protagonist.
Chikwinya, you are left with 2 minutes.
Thank you. Yes. Like our president, who has positively changed the face of Zimbabwe in the agricultural sector, health sector, transport sector, energy sector, mining sector, among others, in a very short space of time. We have also seen the positive impact of his mantra, Zimbabwe is a friend to all and enemy to none, and other policies that he has put in place. The results we are seeing it at domestic, regional and international level. Hence, term extension from 5 years to 7 years is a very much welcome development which we embrace fully without reservation. The Zimbabwe electoral, lastly, Madam Speaker, the Zimbabwe Electoral Delimitation Commission, Mr. Speaker, having the Electoral Delimitation Commission is another yet welcome development. It will focus on the fundamental area consent, which grants equal suffrage, a cornerstone of our liberation, where every citizen's voice carries weight. In the interest of time, Madam Speaker, the issue of gender commission, please, Madam Speaker, don't throw women under the bus. As you would know, the Zimbabwean black woman was at the lowest ebb of any structure at colonial level. Firstly, it was the white man. Second, it was the white woman. Thirdly, it was the black man. And at the last end of the ladder, it was the black woman. Even if you had the same qualifications at the same job, you'd find that the black man will earn the high salary. Second would be the white woman. Thirdly will be the black man. And lastly will be the white woman. We still have lots of things to be done. From that area, we would say gender commission must stay so that we continue to move in that dimension. I put the matter to rest, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chikwinya. Honorable F. Makaza.
Master, nyumbati wechigaro nekuti pawo mukana yokuti nditaure zvandakatumwa namadzimai ekumasvingo. Madzimai ekumasvingo ose akatenderera kupublic hearing vakandiudza vachiti indai munotsigira CAB 3. Vakataurawo vachiti CAB 3 bhozvo kuti madzimai ekumasvingo akataura achiti futi vanotsigira kuti mutungamiriri wenyika vawedzegwe makore ehofisi nemavamiriri veparamendi nemakanzuro kubva pamakore 5 kuenda pamakore 9. Vakataura vachito vanoshuvira kuti mabasa mazhinji ari kuitwa ashandwa apere. Vakati ko migwagwa hamuione here, ko zvipatara hamuzvione here, ko zvikoro hamuzvione here, ko madhamu hamuaone here, ko zvizhinji zviri kuda kutanga kuitiwa. Saka vanotsigira kuti makore ngabve pa5 achienda pa9 kuti budiriro ienderere mberi. Madzimai ekumasvingo akataura zvaachiti vamiririri veparamendi ngavabvumbidzwe kusarudza mutungamiriri wenyika. Vakataura vachiti stress free. Hanzi tanga tine mastress nenyaya yekuti kana kukaitwa sarudzo dzevatungamiriri venyika kunoendeswa kumakoti nekumakoti. Saka vanhu vaizosara vave nemastress nekuda kwaizvozvo. Saka vanoti kana vatungamiriri veparamendi vatendegwa kuti ivo vasarudze mutungamiriri wenyika, vanhu vanenge vachingove muimba ino kada vakakavara kodzokorogwa vakakakavara kodzokorogwa. Zuva rinozobuda vanhu vave neshoko rimwe chete. Saka hazvichatoreri vanhu nguva yakareba pamaelection iwaya. Madzimai ekumasvingo vakataura zvevachiti pamusoro pegender commission ngaizvimiririre yoga. Vanoti ivo kuti tive pano semadzimai tinobatsirwa negender commission ndiyo inotipa zvivindi zvose zvekuita zvinhu nemabudiriro. Tinobatsirwa negender commission. Sechirikadzi kana munhu akave chirikadzi ukaona wakuzvanyirirwa kunzi chibva pano tipe fuma iyoyo, ukaenda kugender commission anokupa zano rekuti unofanira kudai kuti uve uripo pamusha pako uyezve uchishandisa fuma iwe yemurume wako. Saka tinotsigira kuti gender commission ngairambe iripo, itowedzegwa mari yekuti igogona kuita mabasa ayo, isamedzwa nehuman rights. Human rights ngaizvimiririre yoga, gender commission wo yakazvimiririra yoga. Mubati wechigaro.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Makaza, what is your point of privilege?
Imba ino yawirirana kuti vanhu vese vari palist vachadebata. Ndatarisa list ndikaona kuti ine vanhu 54. Ende imba ino yawirirana kuti umwe nomwe achapuwa 10 minutes ekudebata. Zvinova zvinotipa 9 hours. Zvoreva kuti imba ino iyi ichavhara na 12 midnight. Chikumbiro changu ndechekuti dai taderedza maminutes kusvikira pa 5 minutes pamunhu, to make sure kuti madebates edu achatora 4.5 hours. By 7:30 tinenge tichipedza tichivhara imba ino.
Anotsigira izvozvo ndiani?
I second.
Kuramba. Ateni right one.
Vanoramba.
I object. Madam Speaker.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, ndaikumbira kuti object anofanange ari munhu asati adebata, because hazvizi fair kana pachi objecta munhu akapuwa mukana wake wekuti
I haven't debated. I object, Madam Speaker. I object.
Kupiko.
Madam Speaker, the rules are simple. Every single member must get 20 minutes. Let's stick to that. Every member must be accorded the right to debate. Let's not rush this bill. What is the point of us rushing? Let's make sure every member is accorded the 20 minutes this country stipulates. Thank you.
tatosunga kare chisungo chokuti 10 minutes handei honorable Makaza pedzesai zvatawirirana muno takasunga hatisungunure
ndinokutenda
Madam Speaker, ndichinayo nyaya yangu. Ndanzwa mutongo wenyu ndinoremekedza zvakanyanya. Chikumbiro changu changa chachekuti kana tazovhara tisati taexhausta list taikumbira imba inoiwirira kuti mangwana tichaenderera mberi tichitangira pagumira list iyoyo. Malist ari kurishafiliwa achichinjwa. Munhu anenge asvika time yekudhibheta tikavhara mangwana akumuka akumuswe. Saka ini ndiri kukukumbiraiwo kuti tienderere mberi nelist iyo patinenge tagumira nhasi.
tinenge tichiona kuti kunodoka sei. Honorable Makaza hademberi
mazvita henyu mubati wechigaro nekundipa nguva iyi nekuda kwenguva madzimai kumasvingo anotsigira zvakare nyaya yemadzimambo kuti madzimambo ngaapiwe simba rekuita zvematongegwe enyika vasazoti kana vazviita vopiwa mhosva nekuti vakagara vari mapolitician kare vanhu ivava. Tichibva ipapo tinotsigira zvakare gwaro revavhoti kuti rinde kuna registrar, ridzokere kuna registrar. Registrar ndiye anoziva mwana azvagwa kana akatora birth certificate registrar oziva kuti kune mwana azvagwa. Kana vawanana vakanochata registrar oziva kuti kune vachata.
Why are you abstaining? Please take your seats. Please take your seats.
Ndiri kuti ini ndinotsigira gwara revavhoti kuti ngariinde kuna registrar general nekuda kuti registrar general ndiye anoziva mwana azvagwa kana akatora birth certificate anobva amuziva. Anozivazve atora chitupa kuti kune atora chitupa, anozivazve vawanana kuti kune vawanana, agozivazve varambana kuti kune varambana, agozivazve afa kuti kune afa. Saka tinotsigira kuti kana registrar general vakave negwaro iri zvinotibatsira kuti hatizonosangani nevanhu vakafa kuvoters row. Saka tinotsigira kuti ngaridzokere kuna registrar general nekuti ndiye anoziva zvose. Mashoko aya ari kubva kumadzimai emasvingo. Mazvita henyu mubato wechigaro.
Tinotenda. Honorable F. Nue.
Twalumbaloko vasichuno kupegwa mwenya oyu mwaisavyeni ime ndianda kuposa imajwi macheloko atala vami njituti machiefs muchikuwa chakutanguna ndambula atala vami kuti ndiweni kuti vaelede kuti vatanjiri mulizya nyika pe akuti vanjira mulizya nyika iswe kulizya nyika ikwambula kwesu tauvenshoni ipope ngatwamani sizya akutubulana mpasha kuti katambula so kuti muntu wabwami anjire
You may proceed, Honorable.
Ndalumba loko. Ndali kuchichabili. Takonga anjira mulizikanyika kuti akuno langa abantu kunze. Akutonga milandu y'abantu kumyunzi. Kambo anjire labili futi mukati mwenyama mwazikanyika. Tazichitipe. Akuti tulabatubula tatukoba pa chiremere na chibayejo chibajane. Akuti mulizikanyika iwambulane tatupedwe twambula zituyanda. Mpaka nakati kuli kuti basi mwami bandiye mulizikanyika kuli byeni ikuti bo bajane vyakalezo sijanika mu parliament kabakete kumalundu abo kabata njiride pe muzikanyika asi bakale kabali kulanga izi yako myunzi izi yakulanga izi ya milandu kabakete mpo iswe mbuli government nditulayo lapegwe ziyele kuti bajane mu parliament abalabo kabakete ang'anda chaviri ndili kwambula atala agenda commission iswe bamwe kumalundu esu kwakali kutondwa kupata mwana wechakakazi kaimvi kunembo lyabalumi namukuti uli kwambula bati mukambo ka gender commission yakatupa ichivindi kuti tukonze aswebo tuime kunembo ly'abantu tikonze kwambula katitabwensoni bakachita tubunga kuti aswebo bantu bachitonga tikonzekane kujanikana endawo ibetanga njino katitabwe kuyowa ndiyungizyaluwoko bantu ba gender commission kuti kana mwakavuga kuti pwakazigunguru kwa mukati mumalundu ibamwe bali kukaka lechanakazi kuti tabayiya ndipe gender commission so kana kali pamwe mwakali mwapambanisi yanchedi kupira tudonse mabhulugwa tilungiske putakati yabeni putakabisizike kubantu yabakati tigwise igender commission imesekwe mingi pe bati chuno ndalumba loko.
Thank you, Honorable Nuwe. Honorable Jim Kungunugwa.
Maita basa vanoremekedzwa makwira sei. Ini ndinobva kudunhu rekwachivi constituency yechivi north kuya kumhanda mahwe kune chembere yakabika mahwe kamwe muto vanhu veko vose vandituma vati zvaunoenda uku unotanga watitendera hurumende yedu yeSecond Republic mabasa makuru airi kuita anobatika ari kudoraramiwa vapazve muenzaniso wokuti kune dhamu rinonzi Muzhi riri kudhuze nemashava nechivi raidiridza nevarungu kuchiredzi mvura yacho yaenda kuchiredzi iye zvino nokuda kwetogwe mukosi mvura iyoyo yava kushanda machivi vava kuona anoi mapivot avasina kumbobvira vaona vati zvarigo chavo vodla zvinoita kuti vave neutano iya inoi vision 2030 vari kudoirarama nokuti gore rapera museri vakakohwa vakarima gore raperazve vakakohwa varimazve izvezvi vakarima zvekare vari kudobata mari mumaoko inonzi vision 2030 kwaye kuva pane chimwe chinhano ndokunge wakabata mari saka vari kufara vachitenda nemairrigation avari kuwana emhando yepamusoro. Zvekare devolution devolution vari kudoirarama nekuti vakakata zviri padhuze navo dhamu nevhu. Saka nzvimbo yedu yeHwanya yaingotarisirwa pasi yava kuhwinya. Tinotenda zvekare nzvimbo yedu haina mvura yechivi, saka torarama neunderground water. Zvino nzvimbo dzabogwa maVBU azara, vanhu vari kufara, vari kuisa futi mari muhomwe vachitengesa. Zvekare vezvikoro vanditi isu hatina kumboona development inouya muzvikoro vachiwana madiridziro avanoti strategic school business units ari kuikwa muzvikoro, vari kutenda vachitsigira zvakanyanya. President pavakauya nehurumende yavo kuchombwe project yanga yava nemakore anosvika 20 yakafa, yava kutoshanda izvizvi. Vakasiya zvekare vaona mugwagwa wedu unobva kuChibitenof yezvopfuura nepachivi growth point woinda Mandamahwe, woyo Madangombe, Mukotosi kwaMufiri wava kungofamba mutserendende. Tinozvitenda izvozvo zvinova zvinowisa mainvesta munzvimbo dzedu. Nzvimbo dzedu dzokurudziriwa dzovapa nechimwe chinano. Saka aiwa iyo nyaya yemagetsi zvekare vati usaisiya. Zvikoro zvava nemagetsi, nzvimbo dzava nemagetsi, veriya vari kuita basa. Chivi yaitarisirwa pasi yohwinya. Totenda nezvetiri kuitika izvi. Saka vanditi Cape 3 aiwa yakanaka, iri kwai Bolato yakadero. Vati zvekare 2 years dzatiri kuwedzegwa pamusoro pe5 dzatakadopuwa kare idzi kwai dzakanaka, nekuti zvamuri kutoita maindicators ekunyanyisa kugona tiri kumaona. Enderai mberi, president vaende mberi ne2 years, maMP oenda mberi nemakansela mose makadero. Handichawanzi mbambo padehwe reshindi. Zvose zvavakataura pamaringire tose takaungana, vakati maclose ose tomatsigira pajekerere. Tatenda, siyabonga.
Mazvita Honorable Mukungunugwa, Honorable Zemura.
Maita yenyu mbati wechigaro, inini ndinoda kutenda zvakanyanya pakasimudza nyaya iyi Minister of Justice vakati ngakuve neamendment bill number 3. Tinoda kutenda. Pakutenda kwangu zvekare, nyaya yakaunzwa pamberi pedare kwakaunzwa nyaya yeextension yokupamidzira makore kwevatongi, president, nema-ministers, nema-MPs, nema-councillors. Tinotenda vanhu vekwedu kwaMurewa vari Mashonaland East vakati ivo bhili iri rakanakisa zvikuru, saka kazhinji vaingodaidzira zvese vachingoti bho zvekuti pakupamidzirwa kwemakore aya, makore mairi, kunyangwe vanhu vaida kuti makore aite mazhinji kana mashoma, asi vanhu vakafarira zviri kuitika sekera vasina kupokana nechimwe chinhu. Vakafarira kuti kuwedzerwa kwemakore iwaya kunoita kuti budiriro ienderere mberi. Tarisai mazidhamu akacherwa mumakore iwaya apfuuraya. Vana Muchekerana dhemu kuMashonaland East, vana Kunzvi dhemu, izvozvi Kunzvi dhemu iri kunzi ichapa mvura kuHarare ichipa nekumaruva kwaMurewa kusvika pasi kuUMP. Izvozvo zvinhu zvakanaka zvikuru ngekuti mvura iyi yanesa kuti vanhu vazhinji vari kushaya mvura yekushandisa. Saka vanhu vekuMashonaland East, vakadzi vekuMashonaland East vakafarira zvikuru bhiri iri. Hanzi ngarirambe richienderera mberi, yendai munoritsigira ripase. kouya zvekare kune nyaya yegender commission. Inini ndiri pano ndiri bandiko regender commission, nguti kuuya kwangu pano gender commission ndio yakataura kuti ko tinogonzi gender iwe mukana isina kuenzana pakati pevakadzi nevarume mumaparamenti nemumakanzuro. Kubva taunzwa kaisusu zvikanzi 60 women ngavapinde zveshuwa takasarudzwawo patemu yakapera iyo ya 2018 tikapinda tiri 60. Zvikaramba ichienderera mberi gender commission nekushusha. Munoziva munhu anoshusha anoita kuti zvinhu zviendeke. Temu yakapera iyi takapinda zvekare tiri 60. Iye zvinezvi temu yechitatu women's quarter tichingopinda. Saka gender commission kureva kuti yakamira pachokwadi kutaura kuti mukana ngaienzane. Dai vakatoramba vachidaro zvimwe nguva rwendo runotera tinenge takupinda tiri 120. Nyaya yekuti iri kutaurwa yebadzishe, ini ndinobva ndabatikana chaizvo nguti ndinobvawo mumba yeushe. Tikataura tichitarisa pana mambo pana Tangwena vakarwa kurwa kwakakwana kuti vanhu vapiwe mikana. Vakadzimara kuti ndinoda vasingagone kuenda kuBritain asi vakakuendeswa nenhau yekurwira nyika ino, vakaenda kotaurirana naQueen kuti iwewe Queen uri kuramba uchidzvinyirira vana vedu veZimbabwe, uri kuti vanozotonga nyika yavo rini. Aive mambo. Saka masimba ana mambo iwayo ekurakidza kushushikana nenyika yavo ndiri kuti ngavarambe varimo mupolitics, ngavapinde mumatongerwo enyika. Chekupedzesera inini ndiri kuti development iri kuitwa napresident ngairambe ichienderera mberi, ngairambe ichienderera mberi. Kwane migwagwa inonzi matabablas, nyonga yemigwagwa iri kupinda muno mumataundi. Izvozvo zvinorakidza kushanda, iye zvinezvi kwakuendwa kumavhuku. Tiri kuda kuti kana kwamurehwa kuchibvira ngakuiswewo tabablas ikoko. Tikatarisa zvekare zvibhorani, inini ndakanga ndisingazive kuti mvura yematepu inogona kuvhurwa mumusha, kuti munhu anovhura mvura yetepu kumusha kurizevha. Asi zvinezvi zvakuitika, tiri kuzviona zviri kuitika budikidza neutongi hwapresident. Dai kuchinzi mapresident ese akawedzerwa yonzi 7 years nema-MP zacho nemakansela acho, hamuona kuti nyika yedu inoguma yamadhorobha kwese kwese. Nguti development iyoyo yekuti mukadzi ngaareke kutakura chirongo pamusoro inorakidza kuti taapamberi. Pari kunyika dzekumhiri havatakure mvura, ko isusu tinoitakurirei? Saka taakunzirwa zvibhorani zvine masola zvinounza mvura yekudiridza. Takabata hosepipe kumusha, tiri kuti haiwa 2 years idzodzo ngadzitsimbidzirwe. Cape number 3 bhozvo kuti
tinotenda Honorable Matewu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, ma'am. Madam Speaker, ma'am, I rise today on behalf of the resilient people of Marondra Central. Madam Speaker, these people not only elected me once, but a record 3 times. Madam Speaker, these people who elected me on a record 3 times from Marondra Central did not send me to this august house to witness the quiet burial of our democracy. Madam Speaker, I stand in absolute and unyielding opposition to Constitutional of Zimbabwe Amendment 3.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
2026.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order. Point of order.
Privilege. Can you protect me, Madam? Point of privilege. Point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
What the hell? Minister.
Point of privilege, Madam Speaker. Point of privilege, Madam Speaker. Point of privilege. Point of privilege.
Order, Honorable Matewu. Njuchi Church. Order. May we have order, Honorable Leader of Government Business. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think in this August House we must say the truth. There is no way in the bill where democracy is being killed. So in here,
it's being killed. That is his view. That is his
Minister ngoye yiye kudibita chasvika chikusiye vanhu vadhibite murunyararo. Uchazopiwa mukana wekupindura. Muchazopiwa mukana.
We are not here for people.
Iwewe you also want to please your paymaster.
What paymaster?
Our paymaster.
This one.
Zimbabwe is our paymasters. Una paymasters.
Order.
Point of privilege.
Minister, honestly.
Order.
Point of
May we
privilege.
have order.
Chacha, you have got a problem.
Please take, Honorable, please take your seat. No, take your seat. Honorable Leader of Government Business. Please, may we have order in the House. May we have order. Honorable Leader of Government Business, please may you allow these honorable members to debate. Then you,
Madam.
Sit down.
Don't following our time. It's following.
Madam Speaker,
Honorable Leader of Government Business, you will have the chance to respond to all the debates.
You will respond.
Madam Speaker.
So directly on what basis?
It's following our time.
Sit down.
Musadira speak. Ruling yaitwa. Ngabude pasi.
Munotaura zvamunoda kunzwa. Hatitauri zvamunoda kunzwa.
The speaker has ruled we need to protect the speaker.
This is a sign of death of democracy.
Going to protect the speaker is ruled. We must protect the speaker. We are going to protect the speaker.
The speaker is on point. The speaker is on point.
Madam
Speaker.
The speaker Madam Speaker, you are safe. You are safe, Madam Speaker. You are safe.
Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Matewu, please take your seat.
Madam Speaker.
Order. I said order.
Speaker, with all due respect.
Honorable Togarepi, please, may
Yes.
you approach the chair?
Madam Speaker, allow me to continue my debate.
Please don't bully the speaker. It's very Minister, Murukwende be minister. Speaker.
Wakujairira minister wedu.
Takaora chiri. Kuri munokabve. Gladys.
Mubatwa chigaro paipapo
pakuda agenda
Dai mapurisa. Kuka. Iwe kuka. Hauti jaira.
foseti iripo.
Seguro
speak up.
Muswe shiri, muswe shiri.
Faucet. Akuonererwa iwe. Matewu uri munyarika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, ma'am. Let me continue my debate.
Honorable Matewu, you may proceed, but do not mislead the House and the nation.
I thank you, Madam Speaker, ma'am. I only speak facts. Madam Speaker, I stand in absolute and unyielding opposition to the Constitutional of Zimbabwe Amendment number 3, 2026. Madam Speaker, this bill is not a constitutional amendment. It is not an administrative reform. It is not a technical correction. It is a fundamental attempt, Madam Speaker, to alter the relationship between the people of Zimbabwe and the state without first consulting the people of Zimbabwe. Madam Speaker, this document we are being asked to tear apart today is not a collection of pages. The 2013 Constitution is a sacred covenant written in the ink of national consensus and signed with the millions of hopes of Zimbabweans who voted overwhelmingly in a historic referendum. Madam Speaker, this constitution begins with the principle that all authority from the people of Zimbabwe derives from the people of Zimbabwe. Madam Speaker, yet this bill repeatedly seeks to diminish the direct role of the people of Zimbabwe in how they are governed. Madam Speaker, this bill seeks to undo the collective wisdom, not only to advance the lives of the ordinary citizens of Marondera, but to entrench executive power and silence the voter. Madam Speaker, ma'am.
You are left with 2 minutes.
Oh, this is not fair. This is not
Point of order. No.
This is not fair.
How? Madam Speaker, how? I only spoke for 1 minute and I've 20 minutes.
Point of order.
How? Madam Speaker, this bill, I want to dismantle this bill piece by piece. Understands what's been asked to do. Madam Speaker, clause 2 provides that will eliminate the direct popular election of the president and instead hand it to the power of a joint sitting of parliament. This question, Madam Speaker, This house is simple. Why should we, the people, surrender a democratic right that we already possess? Why should we, the Zimbabwean voter, lose the right to directly elect a president of their choice of this republic? What national crisis exists that we require such a drastic reduction in democratic participation? Let us go. What is this, Madam Speaker, ma'am? This is a direct assault on the sovereignty of the Zimbabwean citizenry. For decades, Madam Speaker, the people of Marondra Central have stood in long queues and lines under the scorching heat to exercise their most fundamental right, the right to choose the leader of their country. This bill seeks to snatch that ballot away from their hands and lock it inside this august chamber, reducing the president to an item of parliamentary patronage.
Your time is up. Your time is up, Honorable Matewu.
Point of order.
I have spoken.
On a point of your time is up. You have debated for 10 minutes. Your time is up. Point of order.
What a point of order.
Point of privilege. Point of time is up. Your time is
point
up.
Of order.
Point of order.
Point of order, madam.
You have debated for 10 minutes. And you have exhausted. You have exhausted your 10 minutes.
Point of privilege.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker,
you have debated for 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
Point of privilege.
Koinga ndadzigara pasana ndikagara iye garawo.
You have debated for 10 minutes.
Ina handina kupedza kudebata achigarawo pasi time yako yakwana.
Next speaker.
We agreed that every member is going to debate for 10 minutes. Your time is up. Please take
Point of privilege. Point of privilege. Point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
Speaker, there will be no point of privilege here. I have debated for 2 minutes. Please.
Please take point of privilege, Madam Speaker. Take your seat, or else I will ask you to go out. Speaker, that's not fair. Honorable Matewu, please take your seat, or else I will ask you to go out. Point of privilege. Point of privilege, Madam Speaker. Point of privilege, Madam Speaker. Honorable.
Leave the house.
Honorable.
All right.
ataure 10 minutes ndezeko apa anatana 5 minutes hadzo
Pakazi ngwangu. Penga sale.
Ramwa Popota kasi.
Honorable Matewu, please, may you leave the house.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege. Death of democracy. Death of
Point of
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege. Point of privilege. Point of privilege, Madam Speaker. Point of privilege. Karuano Zimbabwe.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege. Siataure. Namodzenyika. Pai munhu wa debate.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege.
Out.
Point of order. Point of privilege. Point of privilege. Point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
This is a fact.
I have a point of privilege. Point of privilege.
Point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
Point of privilege. Madam Speaker. I have a point of privilege. I have a point of privilege, Madam Speaker. Point of privilege. I have a point of privilege. Point of privilege. Point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
May we have order?
Madam Speaker.
May we have order in the house? May we have order, please?
Point of order.
What is your point of order?
Nduda kuti to clarify one thing. Where the rules are clear that a member is supposed to be given 20 minutes. If you make an arrangement outside the rules and a member insists on you following the rules, you can't chuck him out of parliament. You can't.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege, Madam Speaker.
What?
Point of privilege. Point of privilege.
Point of privilege.
May we have order? When say the register?
Point of privilege. Awuzilungisha.
Honorable Chuma.
Point of privilege. Point of privilege, Madam Speaker. I have a point of privilege.
Mbatwe chigaro ne mukano wa mandipa.
Honorable Chuma, point of privilege.
Mbatwe chigaro. Tinoremekeza chigaro chamakagara nematongera munoita mukati memba inei. Asi taishuva kuti dai maita kuti debate raenderera zvisina mhirizhonga muchitevedzerawo zviga zvinoita kuti imba ino basa rifambe. Tinoziva kuti minista vasimuka vachikumbira kuti dai taenda padanho repiri recommittee stage nguva iri kudini iri kufamba. Asi kana mukarega imba ino ichipinda munyonga nguva yedu inoramba ichiparara. Saka taishuva Mbatwe chigaro kuti vanopikisa bhiri vasabvarirwa panze pakudhibheta nekupa pfungwa dzavo. Maitira munongoita kuti
makutaura zvakawanda. Pakumbirwa kuti ngatidhibhetei 10 minutes takabvumirana tose. Kana dzakwana
kana muchinge vari pamukana Mbatwe chigaro munotendera ndopa pfungwa yangu mozopa mutongo wenyu ndapedza.
Makupedzera avo 10 minutes dzavavo.
Aiwa ndazvinzwa izvozvo asi kuti isu Mbatwe chigaro vanopikisa bhiri
chigarai pasi taikumbira kuti kana vanotsigira vakave vanhu vasingakontroreke vanobuda. Chigarai pasi
taikumbira kuti muzoona
Honorable Chuma.
Madam Speaker,
maita basa Mbatwe chigaro kundipa mukana uno kuti nditurewo mashoko andabva nawo kuGokwe Kaviuni constituency. Madam Speaker, vanhu vekuGokwe Kaviuni constituency neGokwe North yese vakandituma mumba muno kuti ndizovamiririra. Mashoko avo ndeanoti vati hatikangamwi chazuro nehope, hatirasi chatakabata nekuda kuombera chatisingazive. Hurumende inotungamirirwa navamunangagwa ndo yavanoziva, ndiyo hurumende yakavarangarira 2025 ikauya kuzoita ma-independence celebration kuGokwe neMbudziya. Vakawana mikana yezvakawanda, mabasa, migwagwa ikagadzigwa, zvibhorani zvikacherwa, development ikaitika. Saka vati chikumbiro kana kuti bhiri rakauya richinzika pfungwa dzedu, isu pfungwa dzedu dziri very clear, ndedzekuti Gokwe yatendera. Hanzi maimboti Gokwe yapindira, saka tati Gokwe yatendera kuti hurumende ipiwe umwe mukana wemakore 2 ichitungamirira nyika yeZimbabwe. Vapa mashoko okutenda kuti president nehurumende yavo vakatitira zvakanaka zvikuru 45 years after independence. Vakakwanisa kurangarirawo Gokwe, vakauya vakazoitawo mutambo mukuru weindependence ikoko. Vati hurumende iyi yakavakoshera zvakanyanya nekuti ndiyo hurumende yoga pa7 years dzayakatungamirira nyika ino kubva 2018 kusvika 2025 vanga vatorangarira Gokwe nekuda kwekusara. Saka tinozvitenda, vanozvitenda izvozvo. Madam Speaker, nekuda kwenguva ndichazama kungomanya, asi nyaya hombe ndeyekungoti Gokwe Kaviuni constituency inotsigira bhiri iri zvine udzamu. So ndichapata maclose anenge 2 ndichingotirawo kumhanya nekuda kwenguva. Zvimwe ndichazonge takudhibheta kucommittee stage. Madam Speaker, ndoda kubata nyaya yedelimitation. Section 161 yeconstitution yedu inotaura nyaya yekugugwa kwemiganho yemaward nemaconstituencies nyika yese. Madam Speaker, after 10 years dzega census inoitwa, delimitation yozoitika. Asi delimitation yakaitika 2023 necensus ya 2022 zvimwe zvatakaonawo kwatinobva, zvatakaona sokuti nyaya yedelimitation inoda kuti tiwedzerewo pane zvakanga zvauya mumba muno. Madam Speaker, delimitation kugura kwavanoita dzimweni dzenguva ndopasemuenzaniso kwandinobva kugokwe Kavuni constituency. Kune wadhi inonzi wadhi 29 yakatoregwawo mapolling station ayo maviri akanoiswa kuwadhi iri kure, yakabatanidzwa neimwe wadhi iri kure nawo, zvokuti mavillage aya mashoma akasara ava isolated, kuti misangano yavanokwanisa kunge vachiita namambo wavo havachakwanisi kuita nokuti vanenge vachida kuenda kunonzi kuward center. Sezvamunoziva kuti kana kuchitwa misangano kumamusha uku, misangano mizhinji inoitirwa kumaward centers. Saka naizvozvo ward center yavo yakabva yachinja, zvakavazve zvakaunza kunetsana kwemadzimambo maviri kwanga kwaiswa vanhu nekuda kwemamiganho yezvekuvhota yasiyana nemiganho yematunhu. Saka nyaya yedelimitation payakauya mumba muno takaona uri mukana wokuti pada minista vanogona kugadzirisawo zviviri zvitatu kana vachinge vanzowo masubmissions atinawo. Madam Speaker, delimitation tanga tichifungawo kuti delimitation inofana kusangova yezvemamiganho yekuvhota. Delimitation yanga ichifanawo kubata zvino magariro evanhu atingati kuchirungu ma-social structures kana social dynamics, kuti zvinge zvichitibatsira nokuti tinoona kuti dzimweni dzenguva uwandu hwevanhu muvoters row medu, sezvo delimitation ichishandisa voters row haishandisi population kana kuti statistics dzinenge dzaunzwa nezimstat, inoshandisa voters row. Saka ndine muenzaniso wandinawo pano unogona kuti unganzwisisika wokuti tikatarisawo kana sezvakaita constituency yangu yeGokwe Kavuni, gore ra2023 yakaita vanhu vakanga vakarejista kuvhota vaisvika ivo 31,144. vanhu vakakwanisa kuvhota vakaita ivo 21,759. Saka tinowanika kuti pane musiyano kana wevanhu vasina kuvhota vanosvika ivo 9,389. So tikatarisa uwandu hwevanhu tabatanidza Gokwe North yese yakadaro, uwandu hwevanhu vese vemugokwe North vanosvika 249,000. Asi vanhu vanozokwanisa kunge vachivhota mugokwe North vanongoriwo 74,847. Asi paregistration vanhu vanenge vakavhota pavoters row vanhu vakanyoresa vachisvika 108,000. Saka takaona sokuti delimitation ikasangova yezvimiganho yekuvhotesa ikabatanidzawo nezvimwe zvinosangana nevanhu nemagariro anenge akaita vanhu, kusanganisira miganho yemadzimambo, miganho yemawadzi iyoyo neyemadzimambo ikange iripo ipapo, sei delimitation commission ikakwanisa kupiwa rimwe bandiko kana department rinoita iro zvestatistics kuti inge ine department iroro kuti zvibatsirane. Ndakaona tichiita futi dambudziko ipapo nokuti patinosvika mumba muno kazhinji tinowanza kunetsana minister of social welfare tichivabvunza kuti ko chikafu chichaenda rini kumusha. Minister vanowanzosumuka vachipindura ivo kuti iko zvino tambotanga tanotumira vanhu maenumerators kuti atanga anoverenga vanhu anoona kuti uwandu hwevanhu hwakamira sei, but izvi zvakaitika gore rakapera. Asi tanga tisina gore tabva kuverengwa kwevanhu, tanga tisina gore tabva mukuvhota kwevanhu. Saka zvinongoratidza kuti manhamba atinoshanda nawo kana tichigura miganho anenge asinga represent manhambers chaiwo atinawo nekuda kwezvikonzero zvakasiyana siyana, zvimwe zvandisingagoni kutaura nguva ino nekuda kwemukana mupfupi wandapiwa. Asi chikumbiro changu kuna honorable minister of justice ndechekuti dai zvaigona iyei delimitation yagona kupiwa kana kuti ishandidzane ishandire pamwe chete nevanoita statistics vecensus, izvigovabatsira nokuti ivo vanenge vachingospecializa nezvekugura miganho yemawards nemaconstituency. So Madam Speaker, zvine zvazvakanakira zvakawanda izvozvo zvatiri kutaura kuti zvikaitika saizvozvo zvinoita kuti basa even rehurumende riitike zvakanaka. For example, semuenzaniso kana even Ministry of Health ikada kuti iite chinoitawo maprograms ainoita kungava kubaya vana kungava kudini statistics dzinenge dziriko even kusvika kudistrict level. Saka maybe nekuda kwokuti ndingobata sezvo
masarirwa namaminitsi maviri.
Ndinotenda Madam Speaker, ndichapedzisa hangu pa committee stage ndoda kutaura nyaya yemadzishe. Inini ndinotendera nepfungwa yakaunzwa mumba muno naHonorable Jere, zvekare nepfungwa yakaunzwa muno paripoti yakaverengwa naChairman yekuti madzimambo Chiefs Council yakati iyo havasi kubvumirana nekuti madzimambo aite zvematongerwo enyika. Ininiwo ndasimuka pano ndakambotaurawo namadzimambo angu, ndine madzimambo matatu. Madzimambo angu matatu akandiudza kuti isusu takasarudza mukuru wedu watakaisa kuChiefs Council, saka ivavo zvavanotaura ndo zvamunofanira kuteerera. Regai nditore muenzaniso wemba ino Madam Speaker nebhiri ratiri kuproposa ireri kuti ripase, kuti isusu semamembers of parliament kana tavhotegwa kubva kumusha tikauya muno tinenge takuchimirira kana rapasa kumirira vanhu vari kumusha kuvhotera president. Naizvozvo ndo chimiro chatofungidzira kuti chikavapo Chiefs Council, Chiefs Council, Chiefs akapinda Chiefs Council vanofana kunge vane ivo vane final say kana kuti zvavanotaura zviriyo zvinofana kuti zvitogwe nemba ino. Saka naizvozvo ndinoti masubmissions akaiswa neChiefs Council dai tamateerera, nokuti ndiwo anodiwa nemadzimambo. Madzimambo haagoni kuti timire nawo munorangarira kana taakuita zvekukambena. Pane yatingati hate speech, vanhu vanenge vachitukana. Alright, ngopedza sentence yangu, vanhu vanenge vachitukana. Saka naizvozvo madzimambo dai arega kupinda mune zvematongerwo enyika maita basa.
Honorable P. Guyo.
Tinotenda mubato wechigaro. Chekutanga nakutendai nekunipa mukana uno kuti ndisimuke ndichitaura ndakamirira vagari vemuBhoera North constituency avo vakandisarudza kuti ndigouya ndichivamiririra mudare rino reparliament. Vagari vemuBhoera North constituency mubato wechigaro vari kuti tiyeuchidze imba ino oro dare rino kuti bumbiro remutemo harisi gwaro rakanyorwa padombo oro kuita zvekuvezerwa padombo, igwaro rinokwanisa kuchinjiwa chero nguva nenguva zvichienderana nezvakatarisana nenyika. Vaenderera mberi vachitenda zvikuru mubato wechigaro mabasa ari kubatwa nemutungamiriri wenyika Comrade E.D. Mnangagwa. Vari kuti kubva vachimbovhota zvavo kumasuro kwavanosivhota, asi mashandirwo ari kuitwa munguva yatino nemutungamiriri wenyika, vaona zvakakodzera kuti makore mairi awedzerwe kuna president, ma-MP uye makanselas ose kuitira kuti basa redu ripere zvakanaka. Mubato wechigaro, isu sevagari veBhoera North tine zvakawanda zvatakaona kubva tichiwana utungamiriri waDr. E.D. Mnangagwa, zvinosanganisira zvibhorani, zvinosanganisira Marowanyati Dam. Bhoera nekuzikanwa kwainoita nekupisa mubato wechigaro yanga isina sosi yemvura kana kuti nzvimbo yatingati inowanikwa mvura yakaungana kusvika mwaka wokunaya wasvika, asi kuuya kwakaita Mnangagwa iko zvino tava nedhamu munzvimbo yeBhoera North. Saka vagari vati kana mukamhanya iko zvino kuti makore 5 apera ngavachibva, isu tisati taane madrip irrigation nezvimwe zvoenderera mberi, umwe anouya anouya ine plani yake. Saka ngapaite yatinoti pachirungu continuity, kuti basa rimbotanga rapera irori iwo wozouyawo vamwe vanotevera. Mubato wechigaro tichitaura nevamwe vagari vemuBhoera North vaiti makore mairi hatisi kupa imi muri kuparliament. Vari kunyanya kupa vanhu vanonetsa vakafanana nevari kudivi rekuruboshwe uko vanoramba kuti kana kwaitwa maelection vambotora nguva yakakura vachipikisa.
Point of order.
Point of order.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Maita basa mubato wechigaro. Ndiri kuda kuti Madam Speaker kuti tichengetedze nguva mashoko atinotaura ngaasaita kuti aite sekunge anodena vamwe, nekuti ndo zviri kusumudza mapoint of order.
honorable member ngava withdraw mashoko avo ataura kuti vanonetsa vekudivi rimwe. Tatenda.
Divi ripi? Pamwe diviro. Atitiwa vakagara diviri. Pane diviri, nediviri, nediviri, neiri, neiri. Enderera emberi.
Point of privilege, Madam Speaker, ma'am. Point of privilege. Madam Speaker, ma'am, mu house muno mune madivi maviri anozikanwa, left and right. Honorable member pavanongotanga kuti rimwe diviro zvinhu zviri provocative ndozvatiri kuramba tichichema kuti ngazvirege kudaro ndozvanetsa ngavangomedza mashoko avo vorega kuramba vachidaro.
Medzai mashoko enyu muende mberi.
Ndinotenda mubato wechigaro, regedzai ndimedze mashoko andataura ndichiti ndinotenda mubato wechigaro, ndamedza mashoko andataura. Mubato wechigaro, makore maviri andiri kutaura kuti awedzerwe aonekwa zvakakodzera kuti timawedzere nepamusana pekuti tinoti tikabva musarudzo oro matoti mumaelection vazhinji vanotora nguva yakareba vachienda kumatare vasina kugutsikana nekukundwa musarudzo. Saka ndivo vatati kumakore avanombotitambisira maviri iyawo, kana vapedza kutitambisira makore isitoramba tine edu 5 ataatinawo kuti tishande tiite development munzvimbo dzedu. Ndo zvandiri kuzama kutaura kuti paisitoonekwa kuti mukaona kuti MP aikwanisa kuzoshanda makore 3 makore mairi aya ndeyekunetsana mumatare dzimhosva nekupi vanhu vachiramba kugutsikana kuti vakundwa musarudzo. Naizvozvo mubata chigaro tinoti makore maviri aya sebhoira anoti ngaawedzerwe zvavo kune vose vakavhoterwa.
Point of order. Point of order.
Adenzera kuti unopengeyo ndiani?
Juji.
Pana adenzera kuti unopenga iwe.
Chaimvura.
Honorable zvaipa.
Maita basa mubati wechigaro. MP mashoko avari kutaura kuti vanhu vebhoera ini ndo kumusha kwangu ndo nzvimbo yandinobva.
Raipasi hamuna nyaya yenimi.
Garapasi
Honorable shiri yedenga.
Mubato wechigaro handisati ndapedza ndaragatswa pasi nepoint of order.
Chapreza zvakwana.
Order honorable shiri yedenga. Pedzesai honorable Guyo.
Aiwa tinotenda mubato wechigaro. Mubato wechigaro ndirekedza ndibate nyaya yemadzishe. Isusu nevagari vemubhoera tinotsigira chose kuti madzishe apuhwe mukana wekuita zvematongerero enyika. Nekuti mukatarisa kumashure uko kune madzishe akawanda akafanana nana Chief Ndweni wamaiona vachipinda mune zvematongerero enyika vakawanda nechimunwe vachisapota rimwe divi. Zvino tinotsigira kuti zvazvadai zvazarurwa kuti munhu wese achibuda pachena auya contested chiyasoona tichiziva paari pane kuti munhu anenge achiwanda nekuti ndirishe ndati zvakati asingasotauri divi raanotsigira. So sezvaitwa nana Chief Ndweni kumashure uko. Mubato wechigaro savagari vemubhoera vari kunyanya kukumbirisisa kuti makore maviri adapuhwa kuti aite manomwe. Tiri kunyanya kukumbirisa kuhurumende kunyanya kuna Minister of Finance kuti makore edu manomwe aya anga aine mari dzakakwana kuti zvikwanisiro CDF yedu isazojambwe jambwe kuitira tisasiye kana nzvimbo imwe zvayo isina kuunzwa budiriro, nekuti mari ndio mari inokwanisa kuti vagare mumbori vanotaura nemutungamiri wavo vachitaura pavanoda kuti apa naapa dai pagadziriswa. Ndokutenda imba tachigara nenguva yamandipa.
Mazvita Honorable Shiriedenga.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, ma'am. I fully concur with the colleagues that the Constitution is a living document and should evolve with the needs and aspirations of the people. Additionally, any constitutional reform should embed the core values of constitutionalism, including constitutional supremacy, popular sovereignty, separation of powers, institutional independence, accountability, inclusion, and protection against personalization of power. Any constitutional amendment which transgresses one or more of these core values is a nullity, hence should be rejected. Be that as it may, Madam Speaker, ma'am, the million-dollar question
Point of privilege, Madam
is...
Speaker. Can the honorable member be heard in total silence? Thank you.
Be that as it may, Madam Speaker, ma'am, the million-dollar question therefore is, does Constitution Amendment Bill number 3 deepen democracy, constitutional democracy, or weakens it? Does it seek to strengthen the 2013 Constitution's founding values or dilute them? In my respectful view, Madam Speaker, ma'am, CAB 3 should be rejected because it threatens the core values of constitutional democracy. Instead of protecting the people's rights to choose their leaders and hold them accountable, the amendment concentrates more power in the executive, weakens independence of state institutions, and reduce direct public participation in national governance. A constitution should protect citizens from abuse of power, not make it easier for leaders to escape scrutiny. Why do I say so, Madam Speaker, ma'am? First and foremost, this bill weakens judicial independence. Clause 14 of this bill removes the issue of public nominations and public interviews of lower court judges. Madam Speaker, ma'am, this removes the aspect of transparency, and there is no guarantee amongst the public to the effect that the persons that will be appointed as judges are fit for the purpose and are qualified. Courts are supposed to act as neutral guardians of the law. Any changes in their appointment procedures giving the executive more influence affects the independence of the judiciary, which is contrary to Section 164 of our Constitution, which is clear that the independence, impartiality, and effectiveness of the courts are central to the rule of law and democratic governance. The second issue is that this amendment weakens the traditional leadership system. I would like to concur with the views of the Chief's Counsel on that matter. Madam Speaker, ma'am, I heard some arguing that the traditional leaders should be accorded political rights because they are universal, which is true, Madam Speaker, ma'am. If we are to accord them political rights, let's adhere to Section 67 and preserve their universality and consider the prisoners and those that are in diaspora who are deprived of their political rights. The third issue, Madam Speaker, ma'am, is on how this amendment bill weakens ZEC. Madam Speaker, ma'am, in his presentation, our leader of government business did indicate that the changes primarily on the voters' roll and delimitation were motivated by the need to align ZEC and make it focus on its role of conducting elections. Madam Speaker, ma'am, I respectfully partially agree with the minister, but what the minister did not consider is that election is a cycle. If we remove certain components of the electoral cycle, then that affects its integrity and the flow of the electoral process. And the reason also why I feel the amendment weakens ZEC, the role of delimitation, for example, it has been removed from ZEC and given to a new commission. Madam Speaker, ma'am, we are all aware that according to Section 320, that such commissions are appointed upon the prerogative of the President. Hence, they report to the President. Madam Speaker, ma'am, that in itself affects the independence of that particular commission which is proposed. Unlike ZEC, yes, ZEC, we have complained about its conduct, particularly on the issue of independence. But at least it has some nominal independence as compared to this body which is proposed. Madam Speaker, ma'am, also I would like, what is exciting about this debate, Madam Speaker, ma'am, even colleagues from the ruling party have complained about the conduct of ZEC, which we as the opposition have been complaining about. In a way, we have been vindicated. We complained about ZEC as to how it conducted the delimitation of 2022. Madam Speaker, ma'am, when it comes to the issue of delimitation, it's whether the function is removed from ZEC or given to another body or it remains with ZEC. But the bottom line is that our constitution is clear when you go to sections 160 and section 161. What ZEC failed to do was to respect the principles of delimitation, particularly, for example, or on the community of interest where they're supposed to engage traditional leaders. ZEC failed to adhere to the thresholds that are gazetted in our constitution. So, Madam Speaker, ma'am, even if that function is removed from ZEC and given to the other body, the bottom line is that as long as there's no respect, then we are not going anywhere. The issue is, instead of us debating this amendment bill, we should be focused more on the Electoral Act, aligning the Electoral Act to the Constitution. And going to the issue of the voters' roll, Madam Speaker, ma'am, the minister did inform this August House that the amendments were motivated by members of the opposition bench, particularly Honorable Makam, Honorable Wende, and Honorable Bid. I had the privilege of consulting these honorable members, and also I had the privilege of going through the Hansard of the 18th of May 2023, which the minister referred to. The minister was right to say that the opposition bench recommended that we have automatic voter registration.
You are left with 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, the automatic voter registration was what our members proposed. But, Madam Speaker, ma'am, the minister did not adopt that recommendation, their recommendations in totality. I say so because, yes, we complained about the conduct of Mr. Mdede with regards to the voters' roll, but then the minister did not separate the functions of the voter registration, which the members said they should go to the RG's office. Yet the voters' roll should go to ZEC. What should happen, Madam Speaker, ma'am, which the members proposed, is that the RG's voters roll, the RG's voters roll, which is derived from the civil registry database, should be used as a way of checks and balances to compare what is with the ZEC, so that at the end of the day, we have a voters roll which is accurate, we have a voters roll which incorporates everyone. And this is the system which is adopted in South Africa and Botswana. So I submit.
Thank you. Honorable Ima Oneke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, ma'am. Good afternoon. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity to share my views with regards to CAP 3. Representing the people of Chivi Central, I fully support it. I fully support this bill in its entirety, with the exception of just one clause, that's clause 18. At this point in time, Madam Speaker, allow me to share with you my understanding of what a constitution is. It is a fundamental legal document that outlines the structure, principles, and process of government, establishing the framework within which a nation operates. It's a social contract between the government and its citizens, detailing rights, responsibilities, and the duties owed to each other, thereby legitimizing the authority of the state. It serves as the supreme law of the land, embodying the will of the people and determining the distribution of power among various branches of government, such as the executive, legislative, and the judicial. A constitution is a living document, a responsive governance tool that evolves to the needs and aspirations of society, business, the academia, natural phenomena, the global trends, and the religious discourse of a particular people. Madam Speaker, ma'am, as I'm defining this concept, it is becoming clearer that a constitution is not cast in stone. It is responsive, it is elastic, it evolves, and so is humanity. Allow me to quote, to share a quote by Charles Darwin, 1881, 1882, which is about the theory of evolution, where he defined evolution as a process whereby simple cells develop into complex organisms. According to this theory, humanity evolved from such stages as Homo habilis to Homo erectus to Homo sapien to Homo sapiens sapien. And from that to modern day digital men. As such, the constitution which applied to those stages of human development, such as Homo erectus, cannot apply to the lifestyles of the Homo sapiens sapien. And that which applied to the Homo sapiens sapien cannot apply to the modern day digital man. Madam Speaker, ma'am, change is inevitable, change is unavoidable, and change should be embraced. Once again, allow me to quote a certain philosopher, Eric Hofer, who said, in times of change, the learners inherit the earth, and the learned are left behind, finding themselves beautifully equipped with the skills to solve or deal with the problems in a world which does not exist. Allow me as well to remind the honorable member who once indicated that he studied data science, that already those skills are being replaced by AI. An indication that everything is evolving. Learners are those who are continuously curious and adaptable and who inherit the future. They thrive by constantly questioning, updating their skills, and anticipating shift in their environment. On the other hand, the learned, the laggard, view their education as finished, since they may have mastered the skills of the past. Their expertise are rigid, and in this environment become a liability. Madam Speaker, ma'am, allow me to share with you an overview of several countries across Asia, Africa, America, and Europe that have amended their constitutions in recent years, along with the reasons for the amendments, the presidents in power at that particular time, and the circumstances leading to those changes. Madam Speaker, ma'am, I'm doing this to shed light on the view that it's normal to amend the constitution, and Zimbabwe is no exception to this necessity. Like others, if need arise, we are automatically obliged to take action to protect the interests of Zimbabwe, its people, its systems, and its environment. Number one, in Asia, there is India, which amended its constitution in 2021, and it was Amendment 103. Reasons for amendment expansion of reservations for economically weaker sections in education and government jobs. And the president of that particular amendment was Ramnathan Kovind. Circumstances which led to the amendment. It was aimed at enabling greater social justice and amid ongoing debates about reservation policies and equality. Number 2, the Spartan Start. It was amendment number 25 and 2028. And the reason made the federally administered tribal areas with Kaiba, Pakinda province for better governance and development. And the president of that moment was Arif Alivi. Number 3, it was Venezuela in America. And the amendment was done in 2017. The reason was to consolidate power and restructure governments, including the creation of the Constituent Assembly. Number 5, the United States of America. Various proposals are ongoing as we speak, and a significant amendments, including the Equal Rights Amendment, is still pending. Reasons for amendment: it aims to ensure equal rights regardless of sex. The 5th one is in Europe, that's Austria-Hungary, and the amendment was done in 2020. The 7th was Poland, the amendment was done in 2019. And in Africa, Kenya, the amendment was done in 2020. Reason for amendment: they aimed to foster unity and address ethnic divisions, but was ultimately ruled constitutional in 2021. And the president was Uhuru Kenyatta. I'm now transitioning to clause 4, which, Mr. Speaker, I may liken to strike in an academic G-spot on the part of researchers, particularly Honorable Ziambi and his team. Thus changing Zimbabwe's electoral cycle from 5 years to 7 years. These can be looked at from several perspectives across economic, social, political, and security angles. Here are some of the compelling reasons. Economic reasons. Number 1, longer stability for policies. A 7-year cycle could provide a more extended period for government to implement and stabilize economic policies, attracting foreign investment and fostering long-term economic growth. Number 2, reduced election costs. Less frequent elections would save significant financial resources.
Honorable Maoneke, you are left with 2 minutes.
That can be directed to essential services like education and health care, thereby improving the economy by enhancing human capital. Social reasons: increase the focus on development. With a longer electoral term, governments might prioritize long-term social programs and development initiatives rather than short-term electoral promises, leading to better health, education, and infrastructure outcomes. Political reasons: enhance the political stability. A long electoral cycle may reduce political volatility and the frequency of power struggles, leading to a more stable governance environment conducive to democratic practices. Number 7, encouraging long-term accountability. With a 7-year term, elected officials may be more inclined to focus on long-term strategies and outcomes rather than being solely driven by short-term electoral gains. And for security reasons, improved national security. Longer terms could allow for more consistent and stable security policies, enabling the government to effectively plan and implement strategies to combat crime and terrorism. Number 8, reduced electoral violence. Fewer elections could lead to a decrease in electoral-related violence, promoting greater national harmony and community cohesion. And from a global perspective, alignment with global trends, many nations operate on a longer electoral cycle. Transition to a 7-year cycle could align Zimbabwe with the global democratic trends, potentially enhancing its international relations and partnership. Because of time, I will not delve much into other clauses. Suffice to say that I fully support them all except clause number 18. Madam Speaker, ma'am, I have a divergent view regarding a proposal to combine Gender Commission with the Human Rights Commission. Gender Commission should remain a standalone system. Here are some of the reasons why Gender Commission in Zimbabwe should remain a standalone system separate from Human Rights Commission. Number 1, focused agenda. A standalone Gender Commission can specifically address gender-related issues such as discrimination.
Your time is up, Honorable Maoneke.
Thank you.
Honorable Esinyoni. Honorable S. Nyoni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, ma'am. I rise to add my voice on the Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3. First, I would like to acknowledge and thank the Minister of Legal and Parliamentary Affairs and leader of the Government House, Honorable Ziambe, and his team for a job well done. Honorable members, you will all agree that you will all agree with me that he introduced this bill with confidence and a clarity, laying a very good foundation for a democratic debate that has taken place in this House. We have been warned, honorable members, not to be repetitive, and therefore I'll try and make just a few points, because a lot of good points have been made in favor of this bill. Honorable Madam Speaker, ma'am, our president is on record to say the voice of the people is the voice of God. This parliament has moved around all provinces soliciting the voice of the people, and the people spoke. Who are we to therefore oppose this bill? Bill number 3, BOR. For over 18 years, Madam Speaker, the people of Nkai North have voted for the president, the member of parliament, the councillors together. It then follows that the people would have no problem with this august house and the MPs voting for the president. Madam Speaker, on extending the term of office from 5 to 7 years, this gives our president to finish the good work that he has done, and also for the elected members an opportunity to deliver. However, for this to happen, I want to call upon this august house that through the portfolio committees, we need to strengthen our oversight role, so that no one and no place is left behind. Because through lack of supervision, especially and oversight from this house, we have seen a lot of underserved communities, despite the good work that our government is doing. We would like, with this extension, that no constituency should have no 1 inch of tarred road as it exists now. That no constituency should be left behind without vocational training centers. That we should make sure that whatever His Excellency pronounces, whatever cabinet programs are put in place, this august house must make sure that they are implemented so that there is no blame game. On the Gender Commission, Madam Speaker, let me say that this commission has done a sterling job. Our president has led by example. He has appointed more women in higher positions than in any other point in our history. Last month, Madam Speaker, we saw him confer honors and awards to 22 outstanding women. That includes women in security, academia, women in business, and the women in politics. This included some of the women in this august house,
such as Honorable OCZ Mchinguri Kashiri, the Minister of Defense, Attorney General Honorable Mabiza, our First Lady Dr. Auxilia Mnangagwa, Chief Justice Kwaunza, the Minister of Tourism, our young lady Barbara Rodzi, and Honorable Chinomona. In our universities, girls are doing much better than boys. An example is my own university in Lupani. We have seen over 60% of girls graduate over boys. This is commendable. In my opinion, the Gender Commission has done a sterling job, and it has seen girls and women take roles that were not, that were for men, just for men before. Just to give an example, Zimbabwe has got outstanding women that are flying the skies. We have got pilots that are women that are doing very well. This includes Captain Chipo Matimba, Captain Elizabeth Simbi Petros, Captain Emilia Njovana. This really shows that we as women fought alongside with men in the war, and the struggle continues. But they have, this commission, in my opinion, have fallen short in balancing the gender. The men and boys have been shortchanged. I want to admit that a lot still has to be done for women. We are not there yet. But our men and boys have been shortchanged. As a result, we have more men and boys in our mental hospitals than women and girls. Men are suffering in silence, and the Gender Commission has also been silent and not visible.
Honorable,
in
you are
this
left
issue.
with 2 minutes.
Thank you. As a result, men and boys have resorted to gender violence, substance and drug abuse. We want to thank His Excellency for setting rehabilitation centers and a cabinet committee on drug and substance abuse. Our society, Madam Chair, is now producing unproductive men, including Ngesindebele City, amanye amahloka kawasageci because of drugs. And this is weighing very heavily on our population and also on our economy. Therefore, Madam Speaker, I would like to recommend that the Gender Commission be kept as an independent commission, but that we strengthen it and support it to live true to gender of men and women as equals. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Nyoni. Honorable Dinkala.
Ngiyabonga mgcini sihlalo. Ngizathatha leli thuba ngikhuluma ngimele abantu beGwanda North. Abantu beGwanda North bathi bayafisa ukuzwisisa ukuthi isizathu sokwengezelela iminyaka silapha eParliament yisiphi. Batsho njalo ngoba bakhala ngokuthi eminyakeni esesibelayo imigwaqo yethu kayibukeki kuze kufike namhlanje. Njalo
point of order.
Order, Honorable Nkala. What is your point of order?
My point of order. Honorable member, utshela amanga indlu leyi imigwaqo minengi ebukekayo yena wahambela ngaphi.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Nkala, do not mislead the House and the nation. You may proceed.
Ngiyabonga mgcini wesihlalo. Lo undoda ngaza ngembone eGwanda selokhu ngathwetshulwa yini. So angazi ukuthi ukhuluma emele bani. Ngicacile ukuthi ngikhulumela abantu beGwanda not la. Angazositshela okwegwero. Ngiyabonga. Bengisathi mina bebengibuza ukuthi bazwa abantu bebuka ukuthi kule Trabablas kule Maswingo Bridge Road. Leyo Trabablas kayisevi abantu balapho mina engikhona. Isimo semgwaqo sizwisa usizi esigabeni sethu. So okungenza ukuthi sithi sicela ukwengezelela kuyini? Ngiqhubekela phambili. Abantu bakithi bathi bona bafisa ukuthi iGender Commission ingadilizwa. Bafisa ukuthi iqhubeke ikhona ngoba imisebenzi yayo iyabonakala njalo ibisenza kube lula ukuthi kusebenzeke ngoba bekulommeli wayo oqondane layo kungala kubika komunye umuntu. Lokhu kudiliza esifuna ukukwenza kuzayiphambanisa, kuzakwenza njalo ukuthi ingasasebenzi ngemfanelo, kuzayenza ibe buthakathaka ekusebenzeni kwayo. Ngiyasekela njalo ukuthi i-voters roll ingaya ko-registrar general ngoba sinanzelela ukuthi izekhi esikhathini esiphiweyo ukuthi ikhangele ama-elections kayizange yenza kuhle. Kungaba kuhle ukuthi sikukhangele ngaleyo ndlela ngoba izekhi ngokwayo ifeyilile kakhulu, yehlulekile kakhulu ukubamba indaba zokhetho. Ngisehla njalo ngisiya kuma Senate appointments. Abantu bakithi ekukhulumeni kwami labo bathi bona babone ngani kwengeza isisindo esikhwameni sikahulumende esivele sisadalala. Bakhala ngokuthi kunje kulamanye ama-constituency alokhu engakatholi i-CDF. Kodwa sikhuluma ngokwengezelela inani labantu okumele bangene bazosika kulesi sikhwama esivele sisindwa kangaka. Bekuzaba kuhle aluba sikugcine kuyilolu hlobo okuyilo singaphambanisani lesimo esikhona ngoba kulobunzima elizweni. So lami bengisithi kungaba kuhle singamuphi ithuba umongameli lokwengezelela inani eSenate. Bese ngiqhubeka ngisiya ku traditional leaders. Abahlonitshwa bethu izinduna kuhle kakhulu zikulesi simo ezikuso khathesi. Zimile zihlonitshwa ngokubamba kwazo umsebenzi zingakhangelelanga ezepolitiki. Nxa siqala ukuthi sibavumele bangene kwezepolitiki kuzakwenza ukuthi amandla abo abe buthakathaka. Ngoba nxa mina sengiqondane le nduna ngesikhathi sokhetho sengikhuluma konke okuvama ukukhulunywa nxa sisiye ekhethweni ngenduna. Kumbe sokufika isikhathi sokuthi sengilecala okufanele libanjwe yileyo nduna ngemva kokuba sesike sachukana ngesikhathi sokhetho. Kuzakwenza ukuthi izinqumo zayo zibe buthakathaka. Kuzakwenza ukuthi izinqumo zayo esingathi thina ngesilungu zibe compromised. ngoba kukhona esesike sahlangana khona esesidonsana ngakho. So lokho kuyaphambanisa kakhulu ukusebenza kobuholi bomdabu. Besicela ukuthi njengesigaba sakithi izinduna kazihlale zizinduna zihlonipheka ngobuduna baso. Okunye ngendaba yokuthintwa kwebutho, nginakana ukuthi ibutho kalihlale lisesimeni sona lesi elikuso khathesi, kwenza ukuthi kungabi khona ozibona esiphezulu kombuthano webutho ngenxa yokuthi senguye olawula okufanele kwenziwe yilo. Kuqakathekile kakhulu ukuthi ibutho libe libutho, libambe umsebenzi walo ngemfanelo, kungala kuncindezela kumbe kungala kuphambanisa. Kubalulekile kakhulu ukuthi sinanzelele njalo ukuthi abantu bakithi ngobunengi babo kabalisekeli ibhili. Bafisa ukuthi ngabe izinto ziyaqhubeka ziyilokho eziyikhona ngoba bona bebengakananzeleli isidingo sokuthi i-executive iphakamise lesi sigameko sokuthi ibhili yethu ithintathintwe, yelulwe, ifeatureswe lapha lalaphaya. So ngokuma kwami lapha bengifisa ukuthi ngikhuluma ngebamele, ngethule umbiko ukuthi abavumelani lalokhu oqophwe kubhili esikhangelane layo namhlanje. Ngicina isihlalo, ngiyabonga kakhulu ukuthola leli thuba. Bathi bona bafisa njalo ukuthi baqhubeke bezikhethela umongameli wabo. Abafisi ukuthi umongameli akhethwe ngabantu abalutshwana abangaba lembono ebuphiqiphiqi kumbe ephazamisekileyo kumbe esifakwe esingathi thina ngesilungu yi-influence. Bafisa ukuthi sizikhethele umuntu wethu kungela kungenela kwabantu abafuna ukukhetha.
Order ususalelwe yimizuzu emibili, kodwa kuleyo mzuzu isele wena njengoba ungummeli wami ekhala bevela khona awuzange ungibuze konke lokho. Qhubeka baba.
Ngibonge mgcini isihlalo. Ngafika kodwa emzini wenu duzane abanye ngakhuluma labo ngangisazi ukuthi bamelelani mgcini isihlalo. So bengisakhuluma lapho ukuthi bafisa ukuthi baqhubeke bezikhethela umongameli wabo ngobunengi babo jikelele, kungala kukhethisa abantu ababili abathathu abangaba lombono ongasiwo wabo. Ngicela ukuthatha leli thuba ngihlala phansi ngibonga mgcini isihlalo.
Siyabonga mhlonitshwa Nkala. Order, yes, leader of government business.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I rise in terms of order number 111, which directs that we must not repeat what others have said. And we must, once somebody has said something, it has been taken note of, will respond. So it's not necessary to repeat what others would have said. I'm just employing all the members of parliament to say, if somebody said, I think a lot of people have spoken about the gender commission, the chiefs, why should we continuously repeat the same process? And our standing rules, Mr. Speaker, if you read them, they do not allow such repetitive debate. So I implore you, Mr. Speaker, to rule so that we act accordingly.
Order. Order. Leader of government business, you are very much on point. the issue that the leader of government business is bringing up in this house now is not an issue of stifling anybody, but it's a simple issue of saying that let's not be repetitive. So in your debate, if you know that you are going to say something that has already been said, you rather say it in a summarized way of passing by and sitting down quickly. We are not going to allow you to then go on and expound on issues that have been said and said over and over again by other members. At times, honorable members, it's okay to actually admit that, okay, my point has been said, so let me just keep quiet, rather than just standing up for the sake of standing up. So, for the sake of obeying our standing orders and rules, I concur with what the leader of government business has said, and therefore I rule that order, be very, very careful not to cross the line here. I'm the Speaker of Parliament right now, okay? And I am saying that I am making a ruling to say that if you are repeating things that have been said, I would ask you to take your seat. We may continue.
Clarification, Honorable Speaker. On a point of clarification.
Yes, Honorable Mushoriwa, what do you want to clarify?
You see,
you want to clarify my ruling or something else?
Honorable Speaker.
No. I mean,
Standing Order 11.
Be clear what you want to do.
Yes, Standing Order 11 B states that where there is a ruling or observation.
Standing Orders number what?
11B.
11B.
Yes.
Hold on, let me go there.
Yeah.
Oh. There's 11, but there's no B. There's 11 subsection 1, 2, 3. Where is B?
11. 111.
111.
Yes.
I thought you said 11B.
No. I said 111B. As read with the Standing Order 98.
I don't know what's
So what is your point of clarification?
The Honorable Speaker, Honorable Mdenda, made reference to this standing order when he then said that there were many ways of killing a cat. And you are aware, Mr. Speaker said that in terms of consistency, that this house is a house of rules and orders. And once rules have applied to other members, it cannot be proper to then change it midst and at the expense of other honorable members. Honorable Speaker, if we are going to adhere to the provisions...
Mr. Speaker, you cannot be debating.
No, but you can... No.
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
I am the chair.
No, but he cannot do what he's doing.
Order.
What is he doing?
That is my responsibility.
No, but he cannot. He's seated. He's not even standing up. He sits there.
Honorable Mshoriwa. Responsibility. Honorable Mshoriwa. Order. I have not stopped you from talking, so what is your problem? No, don't worry about that. It is my job to deal with that, not you.
But Mr. Speaker, you should actually...
No. We cannot do that.
He stands up and raise the point of order.
Honorable Mshoriwa.
Not for him to say
I have
seated.
recognized you and I was still listening to you. I had not stopped you. So why are you now interfering with my job? Your job is to speak. My job is to judge.
Yes, and Mr.
So
Speaker...
speak.
Yes, I want to speak. So in speaking, I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, the rules of the House cannot be changed midstream. A ruling was made, members were allowed to stress their points. If we were going to adhere to the current ruling, it will mean that members from my right who are supporting what the Honorable Minister said will not be allowed to debate. And we cannot do that, Mr. Speaker. We already considered the members to 10 minutes. Why should we constrain them again?
I think you've made your point. Now, let me clarify this, Honorable Mshoriwa. When the Honorable Amauswaka Tisadaroga Tisumbawa Panaba and Iowa. Right. I was saying to you, Honorable Mshoriwa, what you need to understand from the Speaker's ruling on that particular day, and remember that ruling was for that particular day, but anyway, despite that, when the Speaker said there are many ways of killing a cat, he clearly meant that this cat was still alive and we still were looking for different ways of killing it. But now we've since killed that cat. It is dead. You see? So now you're now simply coming and throwing stones at a dead cat. It's very unfair. But anyway, like I said, order.
A cat has 9 lives, Honorable Speaker. It's not yet dead.
Iwe uruzanya maiki yako ndichitaura chimbobuda panze umboro ane mepo udzoke after 20 minutes buda chibuda. Honorable member, leave the house. Right. So, Honorable Mshoriwa and the rest of the honorable members, I hope you understand that, yes, we are going to be leaning to listen to your debates, but they must not be too repetitive. You understand? For the good audience of this August House. So, let's move on. The next honorable member to take the floor is Honorable C. Kangausaru.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir, and greetings from Hurungwe.
Thank you.
The French philosopher and political thinker John Paul Sartre is credited with one of the earliest uses of the term neo-colonialism in 1956, describing a condition in which a nation may perceive political independence, yet remained constrained by inherited structure that limit their capacity to determine their own future. His observation reminds us that a true sovereignty is not merely the attainment of independence. It is the continuous ability of a people to shape institutions that respond to their own realities, aspirations, and developmental priorities. Mr. Speaker said, I rise today to support, in support of clause number 3, 4, 9, and 10 of the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Bill number 3, 2026. Honorable Speaker, the late African revolutionary leader Thomas Sankara once said, and I opened the brackets, we must dare to invest the future, at close quote. Those words remind us that the nation do not achieve greatness by becoming prisoners of the past. They progress when they have the courage to shape the institutions that respond to the present realities and future aspirations. The question before this House is therefore is not simply whether we are amending the Constitution. The constitutions across the world evolve with the changing circumstances. The real question is whether those proposed amendments strengthen the constitutional architecture of the state and enhance our capacity as a nation to achieve sustainable development, effective governance, and public accountability. Constitutional reforms should therefore not be viewed through the narrow lens of political competition, but through the broader lens of nation building and constitutional statecraft. Mr. Speaker said, Clause 3 must be understood with the framework of representative democracy and democratic delegation. In every constitutional democracy, citizens delegate authority to elected representatives to make decisions on their behalf. Members of Parliament are entrusted with making laws, approving national budgets, authorizing public expenditure, rectifying international agreements, and exercising oversight over the executive. Parliament also possesses the constitutional authority to remove a president from office through impeachment. If Parliament can be entrusted with the responsibility of making laws of millions of Zimbabweans and even removing a sitting president, it can be logically argued that Parliament is incapable of electing a president. Such an argument would undermine the very foundation upon which representative democracy rests. Mr. Speaker, Clause 3 therefore does not diminish democracy. Rather, it elevates parliaments to its rightful constitutional position as the central democratic institution of the closer constitutional relationship between the executive and the parliament. Therefore, enhancing accountability, responsiveness, and oversight. Mr. Speaker said, mature democracies are not measured but solely by how power is acquired. They are measured by how effective institutions are structured to ensure accountability and save the public interest. This amendment reflects confidence in the parliament as embodiment of the people's will and as the institution best placed to exercise democratic judgment on behalf of the nation. Mr. Speaker said, one of the greatest challenges confronting our developing nation, it is the tendency to spend too much time managing politics and also little time implementing development. Nations do not become prosperous merely because they hold elections frequently. They become prosperous because they build strong institutions capable of pursuing long-term national objectives with consistency, discipline, and purpose. The history of successful development states teaches us that economic transformation requires institutional stability, policy continuity, and long-term planning horizons. Infrastructure development, industrialization, agricultural modernization, energy security, technological innovations, and human capital development cannot be achieved through perpetual election. Development is not an event, it is a process, Mr. Speaker. Roads, dams, power stations, irrigation schemes, hospitals, and industrial parks requires years of planning, financing, and implementation before citizens can enjoy their full benefits. Mr. Speaker said, the recently completed Trababas interchange provides a practical example. Such a transformative infrastructure project cannot be conceived, designed, and financed and completed overnight. It requires strategic planning, sustainable implementation, and policy consistency over several years. Its successful completion demonstrates the national transformation is achieved when government is afforded the time, the institutional stability necessary to see major projects through from conception to completion. The Trababas interchange stands as a visible reminder that development requires continuity. A development of state succeeds when it is able to think beyond the next election and focus on the next generation. Mr. Speaker, sir, Vision 2030 itself is an evidence that national transformation requires a long-term perspective. If we are serious about becoming an upper middle income economy, then our constitutional arrangements must facilitate policy continuity and development of governments. We must align our government attitude with our development ambitions. Mr. Speaker, modern constitution scholarship increasingly speaks of development of constitutionalism. This concept recognizes that constitutional arrangements should not only regulate power and protect rights, but should also create an uplift framework for economic growth, social justice, and national development. In this regard, Mr. Speaker said, Clause 4, 9, and 10 seeks to strengthen the state's capacity to deliver on its developmental mandate. Furthermore, the provision has got the potential to promote national coherence. Winners takes all political contest often deepen divisions, reinforce polarization. Constitutional arrangements should strengthen the forces that unite Zimbabweans rather than those that divide them. Our constitutional framework should advance the spirit of unity, consensus, and collective national building. This debate, Mr. Speaker said, should not be reduced to personalities, political interest, or short-term consideration. It is about the kind of state we wish to build. the Zimbabwe that we want to build, the constitutional framework that will carry Zimbabwe into the future. Clause 3, Mr. Speaker said, let me finish by saying strengthen parliament, reinforces representative democracy. Clause 4, 9 and 10 provide the policy continuity necessary for long-term national transformation, development governance, and the realization of Vision 2030. Thomas Sakala challenged Africa to dare to invest into the future. If we want to invent the future, we must also prepare to build the constitutional institution capable of carrying Zimbabwe into the future. So as the people of Urungwe, they say, bill number 3, Huchi, bill number 3, Ndizo, Zaendwa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kanga Usaru. Order. Please switch off your mic there. Thank you. The next honorable member to take the floor is Honorable W. Muchemwa.
Maita basa mbadi wechigaro. Regai ndi iso mashoko angu maviri matatu pa nyaya iri mudariro, nyaya yeCape 3. Ini ndichataura pano ndakamirira vanhu vanobva kuZumba inova mudistrict reUMP. UMP kana kuti uZumba mbiri yayo munoiziva mubati wechigaro. Nyangwe mukavunza vari kuruboshwe rwenyu vanokuudzai kuti mbiri yayo ndei. Saka zvandichataura pano muzuva ranhasi, zivai kuti ndiri kutaura ndakamirira vanhu vaya voting pattern yedu munoiziva kuZumba marambapfungwe kunobva vanhu vakawandisa. Saka vanhu ivavo ndo vatuma nemashoko atichatura mune rino dare. In short, regai nditaure ndichiti kana takutaura zveUMP tiri majority. Saka kana majority yakutaura minority ngaimboteerera ngainyarare. Tinogona kuzongokuvhunza tinogona kuzokuti jamba kana takuti jamba inongovhunza kuti hawo haenda hakuna force of gravity.
Order, Honorable Chairman. Order. Your point of order is according to which rule?
65.
65.
Yes.
Right. Expound on that.
Honorable member kana vari kuita werekekwa yavo handitika vasasanganise mutauro. Tikunzwa vachiti major vomboti vari kuti mutauro wavo ngaungova umwe chete ngavataure nemutauro unonzwisika. Tatenda
iroro basa iro nderangu chairo chairo, harisi rako. Chero kati aiwa ukarasa maoko ipapo Honorable Chigumbu na Honorable Mavhudzika, chero mukarasha maoko sei harimbofuraita basa renyu nderangu. Andiri kunzwa? Yeah.
Point of privilege, Honorable Speaker. Point of privilege.
Garapasi.
Point of privilege.
Garapasi.
Point of privilege.
Garapasi. Unoziva zvawaita Garapasi?
Ndatenda Matewu.
Thank you. You may go ahead.
Saka regai nditaure zvakabva kumajority kunouye kuUMP. Hatingataure zveZimbabwe tisina kutaura zvekuUMP. Mr. Speaker, takaona vanhu vemapublic consultation vachitenderera nekuUMP vakasvikawo. Saka pavakasvika hatina kuona kana munhu mumwe akapokana nezviri mubhiriri. Mr. Speaker, regai ndisatambise nguva kana kuti kuwesta nguva yevanhu vari mudare rino, nekuti bhiriri rambotaurwa nezvaro kwenguva yakareba. Taakusvika kwamvura yacheka makumbo. Ndichangokupaiwo ka small brief kekuti why vanhu vekuUMP vachigara vakarongeka kana kuti vachigara vakateedzera zvirongwa zvekusapota ino nyika. Ndingati izvi zvakatanga munguva yehondo tichirwira rusununguko rwenyika ino. Vanhu vekuUMP vanhu vakaona hondo zvakanyanya, vakabatsira hondo. Ndingati UMP yaiva corridor yaidarika nevarwere rusununguko vachizoenda kwavanorwira kwakasiyana siyana. Saka regai nditi ndakamira pano ndakamirira vanhu veuzumba. Vanhu veuzumba vakati vanosapota bhiriri 100%, vachisapotawo kuwedzerwa kwemakore maviri pamutungamiriri wenyika comrade E.D. Mnangagwa nemumwe achazoteera makore anotevera. Toisawo futi mamwe makore maviri pavamiriri veparamende, toisazve mamwe makore maviri pavamiriri vemakanzuru. Development iri kuitika munyika ino hapana asiri kuiona, but sezvo tanzi tisadzokorodze ndichangotaurawo zvishoma shoma. Tikatarisa maindependence chaiwo adaita kare kwaingova kupemberera, but ikoona kuti
honorable Mchemba, ndakandiedza kuti ndiignore zvakazvitaura goko, asi newo kandinzirewo tsitsi taura ka one language. Kana taura shona taura shona, kana taura English taura English. Usanyanyosanganisa steering.
Ndinotenda mubato wechigaro. Ndiri kuti makore kubva 1980 taiziva tichipemberera kuzvitonga kuzere, asi taingoenda kunoita mhemberero dzisina development, dzisina budiriro. Asi makore ano takutoshuvirawo kuti dai independence yavo yakana kuUMP kuitira kuti tisirwewo development yakafanana nemastadium, zvibhorani nemigwagwa inosara yagadzirwa zvakanaka chose. Ndisikapedze nguva regai ndingoshayawo nemi development iri kuitika munzvimbo yangu yeUMP. Tine mugwagwa wenhakiwa uchienda kunyadhiri kwamutoko. Mugwagwa waiva kubva Smith achitonga hauna kubvira waiswa tara, asi waiva mugwagwa waifanirwa kunge wakaiswa tara. Nekuuya kwababa Mnangagwa izvozvi tiri kugadzirirwa tara, vanhu vatori paground. Tine mumwezve mugwagwa wemureva Madicheche kubva 1980 wanga uri kungogadzirwa, asi mugwagwa wanga usati wapera, asi baba Mnangagwa vanonzwa kuchema kwedu uri kugadzirwazve mugwagwa iwoyo. Ndoti ini hapana asingazive ruzha rwaivapo nenyaya yematoko.
Point of order, honorable speaker. Point of order, honorable speaker.
Handinoziva kuti kutaura point of order unondiudza rule yacho ari kustenda nayo. What's point of order rule?
Ndiri pa 65 ipapo.
Okay. Urudi tii pa 65.
Mubato wechigaro. Ndiye ndoda kuti panga pachimbokorektwa vanhu government leader of government business kuti ngatitaurei chokwadi. Ndoda kuti honorable vataure chokwadi, mugwagwa wasi kugadzirwa navaMnangagwa uri kugadzirwa nehurumende. Ngatipabate ipapo mubato wechigaro. Saka vakati mugwagwa uri kugadzirwa navaMnangagwa vari kunyebera nyika, uri kugadzirwa nehurumende nemari yematax inobviswa nezvizvarwa zveZimbabwe, nematoll gates. Saka ngavangoti migwagwa iri kugadzirwa nehurumende kweruti navaMnangagwa, asi hurumende iri kutungamirwa navaMnangagwa. Zvinhu zviviri zvakasiyana. Ndatenda mubato wechigaro.
Saka honorable Chikumbu chimondiudza something. Ndinombokunzwai muchiti mimi vaMnangagwa vaita izvi zvakashata. Kana zvakashata mora kuvapa, kana zvanaka hamusura wapa. Ndozvakutaura here.
Imi kana mukatarisa Hansard hansati ambodaro ini. Endai kuHansard kubvira ra 2023 hansati ambodaro ini. Ini ndinototi kana patadzikwa ihurumende yatadza, kana pagonekwa ihurumende yagona. Ndatenda mubato wechigaro.
Takazvitaura tiri vaviri panze apo, iwe neni. Saka unless kana kuti ndakunyeba, but takazvitaura tiri vaviri. Saka anyway order, His Excellency Emerson Dabonzo Mnangagwa is the head of state and government. So anything that is being done by government surely must be referred to him as well. As much as anything that is done by Parliament here surely reflects on you as an honorable member as well. So there's nothing amiss by Honorable Mchemwa referring to things done well to the president of Zimbabwe. Until he stops or ceases being president, there is nothing amiss at all. Honorable Chairman, please go ahead. It is very much in order for you to actually point out the head of this engine, the head of state of Zimbabwe. Go ahead.
Hatingakwanise kutaura kuti pachikoro apa pari kugonekwa zvakanyanya tisingatauri mhatso wacho anotaura.
Order, Honorable Chairman, while you're at it, you've got 2 minutes remaining.
Ndinotenda. Mubato wechigaro munoziva zvikuru kuti munyika ino nyaya yezvicherwa inyaya inonetsa. Seku UMP tanga tanetseka nyaya munoti black granite. Aingo maimwa otakurwa akadaro pasina beneficiation iri kuitwa munzvimbo yaanobva vanhu vachichema kuti muri kutisira makomba, asi mutungamiriri wedu wenyika vakaona zvakakodzera kuti vamise izvozvo pavanenge vaine atinoti maplans aya ekuti matombo aenda akachekwa. Seizvozvi kutaura kwandiri kuita uzumba muri kuwawa yatinoti state of the art polishing plant kubudikidza ne-Second Republic. Regai ndichingobata-batawo zvakanaka nedevelopment yakaitwa napresident wedu kubva zvawakapinda. Tine Beit Bridge border post, ukaenda pa Beit Bridge pari zvino unotorasika. Toya tine ma-airports akati wande akavhurwa anosanganisira Robert Mugabe International Airport neVictoria Falls yeku Vic Falls, Victoria Falls Airport. Izvozvo zvose nema-innovation hubs akaiswa muma-tertiary institutions ndinoti i-development yakauya ne-Second Republic. Mvura yakachena kumaruva kuburikidza nemabohos akaiswa nyika yose, ndisingakanganwi ma-UBV akaiswawo zvekare. Saka nyika kubudirira kwayo mubati wechigaro inoonekwa neyatinoti infrastructure development. Tikaenda kose munyika yeZimbabwe hapana kusiri kuwakwa.
Point of order. Point of order.
Order, honorable member. Order, honorable. You may take your seat. Your time is up. The next honorable member to take the floor is Honorable Matewu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mashuma yambo yekundipa nguva ino yekureketa. Honorable Speaker, I rise today to speak on the Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3, representing the esteemed people of Dangamvura constituency. Dangamvura constituents, I did some consultations along the 6 wards, and it is with profound sense of duty to oppose Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3. Honorable Speaker, I am opposing.
Order, Honorable Matewu. Honorable Molokeli and Honorable Hlatshwayo Cliff, so that we hear the member in total silence and good accord. May you two leave the house until he finishes the debate.
Huh?
Yeah, leave the house now. You will come back when he's done.
And this is so.
Yeah, because you are disturbing him. Honorable Matewu, you may continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, say.
Point of order.
Point of order, Matangira.
Order, members. The honorable member is not even begun talking. And already bringing some order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order.
The order is
the honorable member have averred that he has got the order to refuse. Iye anobvumirwa nani kuti anga achitaura zvaari kuda kutaura saiye ngaaripite zvaataura honorable speaker sei.
Honorable, order. Honorable members, I just said order and you are speaking. Do you want to also join them outside? There you are allowed to speak as much as you want, not here. Honorable members, can we allow debate to flow? And can we not just make unnecessary points of orders? So that it becomes fair on both sides. All right? Honorable Mzee, please carry on.
Honorable Speaker, I rise today with profound sense of duty to oppose Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3 in its entirety. Mr. Speaker said, constitutions are not ordinary statutes. They are solemnly covenants between the people and the state. They are not instruments crafted to suit the convenience of those temporarily occupying positions of authority. They are enduring safeguards designed to protect future generations from the excess of power. The late South African statesman Nelson Mandela once warned, a critically independent and investigative press is the lifeblood of any democracy. Similarly, Honorable Speaker, democracy itself survives only where constitutional safeguards remain intact and are protected from political expedience. Honorable Speaker, CAP 3 represents not constitutional reform from the way I see it and from the way people in Dangamvura see it, but constitutional regression. The Constitution of Zimbabwe was adopted by overwhelming popular support in 2013. Following extensive consultations, it reflected the aspirations of Zimbabweans for constitutionalism, accountability, separation of powers, and democratic governance. Today, merely because the Constitution has become inconvenient, maybe, to those wielding power, we are invited to dismantle the very safeguards that Zimbabwe fought hard to establish. Honorable Speaker, Section 3 of our Constitution established the founding values and principles of Zimbabwe, including good governance, democracy, transparency, accountability, respect for the will of the people. Abraham Lincoln defined democracy as government of the people, by the people, for the people. The proposed transfer of presidential election powers from direct popular vote to parliamentary election fundamentally weakens the direct democratic mandate of the presidency. It diminishes the voice of ordinary Zimbabweans in determining who governs them. Honorable Speaker, the people are the ultimate custodians of sovereign authority. Parliament exercises delegated power. It cannot usurp powers reserved for the electorate. Secondly, CAP 3 seeks to extend term of office from 5 years to 7 years. This proposal violates the spirit of constitutionalism. If you read Thomas Jefferson, wisely observed then, this earth belongs to the living, not to the dead. No generation of political leaders has the moral authority to extend its stay in office by altering constitutional rules midstream. Constitutions exist precisely to prevent those in authority from modifying the rules to perpetuate themselves in office. Constitutionalism means limited government under the law not government manipulating the law of its own convenience. Honorable Speaker, the proposed concentration of appointment powers in the executive regarding judges and other institutions risks compromising institutional independence. And the independent judiciary is not a luxury. It is the last line of defense against abuse of power. When judicial appointment becomes overly dependent on executive discretion, public confidence in the administration of justice inevitably suffers. Fourthly, the proposed restructuring and abolition of constitutional commissions weakens accountability mechanisms. Independent commissions were deliberately entrenched in the Constitution to serve as watchdogs. The Zimbabwe Gender Commission and National Peace and Reconciliation Commission are constitutional guardians.
2 minutes, Honorable Matewu.
Of course, because they've disturbed my term. So naturally, time is gone.
Order. As you know, order. Please take it.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker. I hear you.
Order.
I will abide by the 2 minutes.
Order, though. Order.
But
no, ndichakupa time yako, but order. Kana tiri muno mumba umu avasi vamatangira ndi Honorable Matangira.
ndosaka aisa chivakashure dzitsi razoya nemherevedzo asi chivakashure chaiswa
kudzwanya maiki and wakagara pasi because rigweta chibuda panze umbogara panze. Toda discipline muno chibuda panze uchazodzoka hako kana wanyatsofunga. Utarise maitiro ako kuti anga akashata sei, unamate kuti Mwari akuregerera uzodzoka. Chibuda panze.
Sachigaro chinditaiwo Honorable. Mungado kubudawo panze.
Chibuda panze Honorable. Honorable Matewu, I reserved your 2 minutes untouched. You are still going to have it full because I'm a fair and just speaker. But can you please withdraw Kudiwa Matangira to Honorable Matangira first?
Honorable Matangira.
Thank you. Go ahead now. 2 minutes.
You can sit, my Honorable. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, thank you. Honorable Speaker, fifth, Cap 3 risks undermining investor confidence and international credibility. Investors seek predictability, constitutional stability, and the respect of rule of law. Frequent constitutional alterations driven by political interests create uncertainty. The renowned jurist Lord Bengham stated, "The rule of law requires that all persons and authorities within the state should be bound by and entitled to the benefit of laws publicly made and publicly administered." Zimbabwe's economic recovery depends upon strengthening constitutional governance, not weakening it. Honorable Speaker, constitutions must never become instruments of convenience. Africa needs strong institutions, not strong men. It is about institutions. It is about whether future generations will inherit a democracy governed by constitutional principles or one governed by political expedience. Constitutions are designed precisely because human beings are imperfect. Checks and balances exist because concentrated power inevitably invites abuse. Honorable Speaker said, I submit that KEP 3, 1, it weakens popular sovereignty. 2, it undermines constitutionalism. 3, it erodes separation of powers. Number 4, it weakens independent institutions. Number 5, it reduces democratic accountability. Number 6, it creates uncertainty regarding constitutional stability. Our constitutional obligation under Section 117 is to protect the Constitution, not to facilitate its erosion. History judges harshly those who remain silent when democratic safeguards are dismantled.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mtsami. Your time is up.
That's not going to get 3 minutes.
The next, no, I actually gave you 2
minutes.
No?
That hour 7 minutes, 2 seconds.
Your time is up, Honorable Mtsami. The next honorable member to take the floor is Honorable S. Mandiwanzira.
Asimandi Shatiras.
I move that the honorable member's time be extended.
I second.
I second.
Sorry?
Objected.
Objected.
Is there...
I object.
Honorable members, let's be parliamentary. Yes, Honorable Mshore.
Yes, I move that the honorable member's time be extended by 3 minutes.
By 3 minutes. Any seconder?
I second.
Thank you. Any objections?
We object.
I object.
We object, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Mukatadza kuteedzera marules. Next time muchapa munhu opportunity apiwe 3 minutes dzake nekuti hamuna kutevedzera gwara. Handiti?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, Honorable Garekoka.
I object.
Sorry, it's been objected to. The next honorable member to take the floor is Honorable S. Mandiwanzira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I stand before you as a proud representative of the people of Nyanga South constituency, to whom I'm very grateful as they have given me a 3rd term. I stand here as an MP who has been given a further term to represent those people. I had the privilege and honor of being the chairman of the joint committee of this parliament that traveled throughout the districts of Manicaland to get the views of the people of Manicaland with regards Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3. The very first meeting was held in Nyanga South at Nyamuka Hall, where the majority of the people were completely in support of Amendment Bill number 3. Mr. Speaker, I come from Nyanga South, the land of Chief Rekai Tangwena. For those who don't know who Chief Rekai Tangwena is, Chief Rekai Tangwena is a traditional leader in my constituency. He's late, now buried at the National Shrine, who is an icon of our independence, who fought resistance against the colonial Rhodesian regime. He is known for several things, and I'll mention just 2. When our first Prime Minister and first Executive President, Comrade Robert Gabriel Mugabe, was running away from arrest, it was Chief Rekai Tangwena who assisted both Comrade Robert Mugabe and Comrade Edgar Tekere to cross Gares River into Mozambique to join the liberation struggle and lead the liberation struggle to the independence that we enjoy today. Chief Rekai Tangwena fiercely fought against the occupation of the Tangwena land by one white farmer with the support of the Rhodesian government in his area, one farmer called Mr. Hanma. The Rhodesian forces came in full force, helicopters, on horseback, armed to remove the Tangwena people.
They bent their hearts, but they refused to move. Overnight, Chief Rekai Tangwena mobilized his subjects to rebuild their hearts. And when the colonialists arrived the next morning, they would find the people going about their normal business. That was the work of a committed traditional leader to the political independence of our country.
On a point of order,
it will be a sad day, Mr. Speaker, sir, if this parliament,
on a point of
which
order,
is almost 100%
on a point
black,
of order,
40 years plus after independence,
on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir.
In the politics of our country.
Honorable Mandwandra. Honorable Amauswa, what is your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, sir, when I debated on Friday, the Honorable Minister of Justice stood on a point of order and said I should not go back into history, and they know the history. This was despite the fact that the honorable member who spoke before me narrated the history. Now I want to know the consistency of this house, the consistency also in terms of honorable minister's responses. Why is he not interjecting the honorable member who is eulogizing? As he said, you are eulogizing the heroic sons and daughters of this nation. Yet he is seated there.
Right.
So yes, this is a house of order and rules. It must be applied fairly and equally.
Order. Honorable Mosa, you are right. I'm Yamasaga, Zuara Jero. Saka, Honorable Mandwandra, and I would have near my woe. Outside of Osimga, Zadokwan. Honorable Mandwandra, continue.
Thank you. I just want to summarize that point by saying Chief Rekai Tangwena, the late, would turn in his grave if this parliament, which is almost 100% black, more than 40 years after independence, rejected political participation by our traditional leaders. Elsewhere, if you go to the UAE, we are not talking about just being parliamentarians. We are talking about the traditional leaders running that country. If we go to Saudi Arabia, we are talking about traditional leaders running that country. If we go to the United Kingdom, we are talking about the traditional leaders having significant influence in the direction of that country. Prime Minister Keir Starmer cannot send British soldiers to a war without the approval of King Charles. That's the role and significance of the traditional leaders, and therefore they should be allowed to participate in our politics.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Mandwandra. As I'm not debating flowing.
No, Mr. Speaker, I think the honorable member should not mislead the House. The debate on Cape 3 is the partisanship of traditional leaders. And I think it is wrong for him to talk of the heroic of Chief Tangwena and want to put him in a box. There's a difference between partisan politics and being a patriotic person. What in your country? Chief Tangwena was a heroic figure in the struggle of Zimbabwe.
All right.
And that's the difference. It's like somebody trying to say or Triple C. It doesn't make sense.
Honorable Mshore, when you stand up on a point of order, do not debate. Just simply state what you think has been infringed, then let it be upon me to make a decision. No, just like what I did to Honorable Mzee, I'm holding Honorable Mandwandra's time because of your point of order. It's my prerogative. Okay. Honorable Mshore, That's exactly the point where the speaker said a cat can be killed in many ways, which Honorable Manduanzira is doing. Honorable Manduanzira, please carry on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I have no reason to stand before this important House to debate partisanship of chiefs. The chiefs have every right to decide which political party they have to belong to. I have heard the arguments from the other side that say that because traditional leaders are given cards by the government, they are likely to support the government. I must point out, Mr. Speaker, sir, the political parties on the other side have been recipients of government funds. Can they convince us they have changed their support to the government because they were given money by the government? They are recipients and beneficiaries of the Zimbabwe Political Parties Finance Act. They receive money from government. But it has not changed their political views. So therefore...
Order. You are left with 2 minutes, Honorable Manduanzira.
Thank you. I will move on to my next point, which is that, you know, Mr. Speaker, sir...
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
What is your point of order?
Ndenda kubatsira Honorable Manduanzira kuti kana ZANU-PF inoreceive futi mari ndiye hurumende vanoreceive mari futi.
Order, garai pasi, Honorable Manduanzira, please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Manduanzira.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chief Whip.
If you look at what is happening in this house, amadzana bwanana, zvinonge zvoreva kuti hatisina zvokutaura. Nokuti mukaona vanhu vakungonetsana nezvinhu zviri that trivial things are now dominating debate here. I think because the honorable member is debating very well, and for somebody to call for a point of order, it means people are now not interested. Can't we just Kitsiacho yakafa, Speaker?
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Order. Honorable members, shall we minimize unnecessary points of order, especially tribal ones? Yes. Pronunciations differ. I'm from Matewu. Tribal is okay for me. Honorable Manduanzira, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've had the blessing of having 3 children, 2 of them daughters and a son. My late brother, Augustine, who served the Zimbabwe Defense Forces as a commando, died and left me 3 children who are all girls. And I've had the responsibility to look after these girls. And it is my dear wish that my girls and all other girls in this country must get an opportunity to scale any heights they want in whatever field they choose. I'm very proud as a Zimbabwean with the work that has been done by government since 1980 and this acceleration of that work under President Emerson Mnangagwa in ensuring that women are given more opportunity. It has not happened in silence. It has happened because there's been an organization responsible for pushing that agenda, which is the Gender Commission. I therefore reject the idea of combining the Gender Commission and the Human Rights Commission. We have a ministry in government of women's affairs. It is because women's issues have to be propelled. That's why we don't have a Ministry of Men's Affairs. And therefore, we must allow the Gender Commission, and I'm very aware that gender applies to men and women, but we must have it to continue its great work whose results we are seeing today. Finally, Mr.
Thank you. I'm up. Thank you, Honorable Manduanzira. Order. Unfortunately, your time is up. Order. The next, Honorable Molokeli, this is not a biao, please. Huh? Honorable Karenye, you too have joined that squad. Honorable Magomire, Honorable Mangwa, Musadar. The next honorable member to take the floor is Honorable N. Marange.
Maita basa mbato wechigaro. Ini mufaro wangu kumira pano kuti ndisvitse mashoko anobva kwa Marange kumutare West constituency. Sachigaro muri yekwa Marange iri kutsigira zvizere Amendment Bill number 3. Muri yekwa Marange Sachigaro iri kufara kwazvo nechirongwa chakaunzwa nemutungamiri wehurumende mudare rino reparamende Honorable Ziyambi rekuti temu iwedzerwe kubva pamakore 5 kwenda pamakore 9. Kwedu kwa Marange tine basa hombe ratakatarisana naro kuti ringe richiitwa rakanangana nebudiriro. Saka mhuri yekwa Marange yakaona zvakafanira kuti kuwedzerwa kwemakore kuwepo. Tine road yedu mugwagwa unobva paRiverside kuenda paMarange uri kutangisa iko zvinokuiswa tara. Saka mhuri yakafora kwazvo kuwedzerwa kwemakore 2 zvichireva izvo kuti basa iri rinofamba kusvika rabudirira. Kwa Marange zvakare kunotserwa madiamonds, kune makambani ariko ari kutsa. Mhuri yekwa Marange iri kufara nebasa riri kuitwa nehurumende. Patinosvika paterm extension iripo, mhuri yekwa Marange zveinenge yakatarisira maererano nebudiriro zvinenge zvavapo. Mhuri yekwa Marange Sachigaro iri kufara nekuti chirongwa ichi cheterm extension chirongwa chatinofarira kutungamira kuruitwa nyika nababa wedu His Excellency the President Comrade E.D. Mnangagwa kwakativhurira semhuri yekwa Marange kuti vanoda kushanda shandai, nyika yakasununguka, nyika ine runyararo. Zvino isiwo kwa Marange takati president vatigonera, vativhurira kuti tishande, kubva tatopinda mubasa rekuwaka zvikoro. Mukateerera kwese kwa Marange tiri kuwaka zvikoro kuburikidza nemukana watakapiwa na president kuti tiite basa iri. Saka semhuri yekwa Marange yese tiri kufara kuti bill number 3 ribudirire, ripase. Takaenda ndo zvatiri kungodaidzira kwa Marange. Mubato wechigaro mhuri yekwa Marange yakafara kwazvo ichizwa kuti madzimambo paCape 3 apa chiripo chikamu chakuti vakupindawo kuita zvematongerwo enyika zvakasununguka. Vese vakafara. Ini ndiri kutaura pano nditori mwana wamambo Marange. Saka vakafara vakati taakuchitenderwa zvino kuti titaure zvatakasangana nazvo zvataitwa nevarungu tikapinda mumajere zvematongerwo enyika. Saka kuti madzimambo apinde zviri pamutemo kuita zvematongerwo enyika zvakagamuchirika kwazvo kwa Marange. Ende vese vari kufara kuti aiwa basa iri rakanaka ngariende mberi. Nyaya yekuti ma-elections aende kwa registrar inyaya yakagamuchira kwazvo kuti basa iroro rekuitwa kwama-elections ngariende kwa registrar general. Semhuri yekwa Marange tiri kutsigira kuti basa iroro ngarinoitwa ikoko zvakanaka.
Point of order. Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order. Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Jigum.
Yes.
What is your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, ndiri kuona kuti handivazive zvangu kuona ndatanga kuona nhasi, but ndiri kuona kuti pane pavasiri kubata zvakanaka. Bhiri harisi kuti tiendese ma-elections kwaregistrar general, riri kuti tiendese voters roll. Maybe pamwe vanga vasipo pazvaitaurika, but ndandivabatsire.
Order. Order.
An intruder, this one.
Kudzwanya Mike usina kuvumigwa punishment yacho hatototoiziya simuka hako ubude. Simuka hako ubude. Hawa simuka ubude hako. Kungodzwanya Mike ndisina kuti dzwanya.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I thought this one is an intruder.
But
I'm very sorry.
Right, chidzima Mike ubude hako. Uchazozwa. 10 minutes. Andide munhu anodzvanya Mike ndisina kuti adzvanye. Honorable Chigumbu, tazviwa zvamataura. Ndofunga Honorable Marange ndozvaanga achirevawo futi. Saka varegei vaendere mberi. Honorable Marange, enderai mberi henyu nedebate renyu.
Tinotenda mubato wechigaro. Nyaya yeCape 3 ndiyo nyaya yakakosha yetiri kuda kuti kwaMarange tigone kuita mabasa ese ebudiriro, hurumende iite mabasa ebudiriro kunge takatarisana nenyaya yatina yeCape 3. Saka kwaMarange zvakare mubato wechigaro tinokufara tichitenda president wedu Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa nekusimudza kwawaita nyika kubva wapapinda 2017 kusvika pari zvino. Muri yekwaMarange taona budiriro yakakura yaitwa napresident. Budiriro yaitwa napresident iyoyo ndo yaita kuti mhuri yese yekwaMarange ibvumirane nekuti Cape 3 takaenda. President wedu Comrade Dr. E.D. Mnangagwa vakataura iwo kuti hapana munhu anosara kumashure, ende nanhasi uno isusu titori vanhu vakatouya kuno kuparliament chibva kumusangano wekutonga waZANU-PF taunzwa napresident Mnangagwa kuti wechidiki ndawapinde muparliament. Ndosaka muri kuona kuina vari kuti hatiwazivi muchatiziya. Kana musati maziya kunozi kwaMarange muZimbabwe, muchakuziya kunozi kwaMarange kubocha. KwaMarange kubocha kuriko, tinokudaidzai kuti uyai mukuziye mutiziye. Mubato wechigaro, nyaya yeCape 3 kwaMarange takaenda tiri kutsigira tichitsigira ipapo. Ngatiende mberi. Tatononokerwa zvanga zvaitwa nemutungamiri wedu Honorable Ziyambi tatofara kuti aiwa takutorova tatopedza Cape 3 takaenda maita basa mubato wechigaro.
Order. The next honorable member to take the floor is Honorable Esma Posa.
Ngiyabonga Honorable Speaker ngokunginika lami leli thuba lokuthi ngibeke umbono yami namhle mini. Mina ngivele eMathebheleleni South Province lapho ebengithi lathi sixoxisene ngeCape 3. Ngale eMathebheleni Province bayibiza bathi inyamazana ebuye lo Minister of Justice. Bathi ke leyo nyamazana nje bayisiyehlule ukuthi ihlinzelwe
khona kibo khona ngale emakhaya sokuthi ezahlinzelwa ngapha enkundleni ngama MPs lama senators. Jalo ke bakukhangela ukuthi ithuba lelo bebelikhangelele kakhulu Honorable Speaker ukuthi yiba bazayihlinza linyamazana njengalokho beliswelele lithuba basebesithi bona Honorable Maphosa nxa ngixoxisana lapho Honorable Maphosa wena useparliament awuhambanga wethu usuke eMathebheleleni South Province. eMathebheleleni South Province lisuke lingama MPs lama senators silikhethile ukuthi liyesimela lichumi lambili kanye lesithupha 26 Honorable Speaker. Basebesithi liyazazi izinhlupho esilazo ezigabeni sethu seMathebheleleni South Province. Lina yini likwazi ukuthi lizafika lihlinze lithini leyo nyamazana. Lizabonisana. Kodwa okokuqala nxa singathi sivume ukuthi inyamazana leyo kayidliwe kuzasilethela yini intuthuko kwele Mathebheleleni South Province kumbe hatshi. Bambuza imbuzo leyo la mungaswela impendulo. Yikho bethe hambani ke lehlinza lihlangene eMathebheleleni South Province. Hatshi ukuthi Honorable Maphosa yedwa. Sonke siyichumi lambili kanye lanhlanu. Sibonisane. Siqondisane sizwisise ukuthi nxa namhla singama lapha sithi hayi kukhanya inyamazana imnandi bantu beMathebheleleni South Province. Sizabe sisitsho ngoba sisiboneni. Nxa siphenduka njalo sisithi hayi inyamazana yababa sizabe sisitsho ngoba siboneni. Abantu beMathebheleleni South Province bakhala ngentuthuko. Bathe nxa kuyikuthi lihambe khonale lasebenza lahliza leyo nyamazana izasilethela intuthuko yini? Lungisela umgwaqo weGaranyemba Mandiwongola yini? Izasilungisela amadama afileyo yini? Njalo izabona ukuthi abantu abethu abachiwa ngaphandle bengaqhatshwa kunesingi bayangena yini? Yimbuzo evele eMathebheleleni South Province. Bathe hambani lehlinza. Nxa lingathi inyamazana ilungile. Thina sikufuna ukuthi sibone abantu abethu benjani? Bengena kunesingi kungela nkulumo ekhona singakhethwa ngoba bathe badiniwe ngokuba ngosikhethiwe. Akhulumile abanye emvela la eMathebheleleni South Province. Libazile ukuthi bathe bona bangosikhethiwe eMathebheleleni South Province. So into abayikhalelayo intuthuko. Angisoze ngikhuluma amanengi Honorable Speaker. Angingedwa. Sichumi lambili lanhlanu. Mina ngizabeka nguthunyiweyo engikwazi ukuthi sizabonisana. Impumela izaphuma sibambene sonke abeMathebheleleni South Province. Sibuyele njalo sekuthi hayi thina imbono yethu yabanje yikho sathi. Ezinduneni zethu ukuthi zingene kwezepolitiki. Mina njengenduna zami ngiyazihlonipha Honorable Speaker ngifuna uqamba amanga. Induna zami Chief Marubi, Chief Nhlamba, Chief Mathe, Omasuku bonke nje eMathebheleleni South Province. Ngibahlonipha kakhulu. Nxa ngangena kwezembangazwe ayinhlonipho lena yonke ngizayilahla ngifuna uqamba amanga ngoba nxa semfuna ukungena mina eParliament semmisane le nduna inhlonipho yonke ngiyabe sengilahlile emuva. Ngizadonsana nazo sibili sizadonsana kube buhlungu okunye okumangalisayo. Ngalokho mina ngikhala ngisithi enduna zethu bakithi asibayekeleni begqokela umabhatsha abagqokileyo. Bazabe bekhethwa bemile khona ngale njengakhona kokenzwayo ukuthi bayakhethwa besize eSenate bayakhethwa besize eSenate. Yikho kodwa enithe khona mina ngisukume ngikubeke malutshwana kodwa ngiyakwazi ukuthi azwakele. Ngiyabonga Honorable Speaker.
Siyabonga Mhlonishwa Maphosa. The next honorable member to take the floor is Honorable David Butau.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to express my appreciation for this opportunity to make my contribution to Constitutional Amendment Bill number 3. It is common cause, Honorable Speaker, that I am a deployee of ZANU-PF, and in the affairs of men, Honorable Speaker, the notion of majoritarian rule prevails. I do not need to search up low and high and proclaim that some went to law school and others went to engineering school. I just speak, Honorable Speaker, on behalf of the people that deployed me here. Honorable Speaker, the people of Mbire in Macholen Central are extremely grateful that we have a road that is called Harare Kanyemba Road. This entire country did not even know of the existence of Kanyemba until the Second Republic and the government of ZANU-PF, led by Dr. Mnangagwa, made known that they would develop Kanyemba as a town. They would exploit the Gonono gas fields, which you know in the country as Mukuyu 1 and Mukuyu 2, for the benefit of Zimbabweans. And those projects, Mr. Speaker, I think we can speak until the donkeys grow horns. Those projects need to be completed. It is necessary for those projects to be completed. And continuity is the reason that impels democracy. Continuity is the reason that impels investors. Others claim to understand the notion of predictability. I hope so, but predictability is the basis of capital and confidence and development. I do not want to overextend the discussion. That the main reason why I'm talking about continuity, Honorable Speaker, is because I support the extension of the term of office of His Excellency the President Dr. Mnangagwa, the term of office of this current House of Parliament, and our councillors. The issue that arises before me, Mr. Speaker, that I need to contribute to, others here come up with all sorts of interpretations. We are victims of UDI, which was declared in 1965 by Douglas Ian Smith. There was no consensus of the Zimbabwean people. There was no consultation that we undertook around the country, but we lived under UDI until 1980. So therefore the fact that there was an effort by the ZANU-PF government to consult the people of Zimbabwe and even to afford the same beneficiaries of the liberation struggle to sit in this august house and debate, it's something that gratitude must be shown. 2 months ago, the ZANU-PF government, led by Dr. Mnangagwa, announced a robust revenue share agreement with one of the big investors, Invictus, oil and gas company, that will bring national GDP up by 6 to 7%. And I don't think any loyal and responsible Zimbabwean would want disruption to that kind of development. I want to go to the benefits of transferring the voter registration program to the registrar's office. We have seen and heard the Minister of Home Affairs make reference to the steps that have been taken to augment and improve the services of the Registrar General. You can walk into the passport office, get your passport in less than 24 hours. That is development. We used to sleep in queues for 12 hours to get a simple passport. Now you get it in 24 hours. That is development. That is ZANU-PF. That is majoritarian notion, not imaginary opposition. Sorry.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Order, Honorable Matewu. What is your point of order, Honorable Mshoriwa?
Honorable Speaker, I think it is only fair that we debate the CAB 3. And members should refrain from pronouncing statements which will bring this House to disorder. The honorable member needs to withdraw his statement about imaginary opposition, because in this parliament we've got the right side. We don't have a problem in his statement majoritarian. They are the majority party granted. But we also here we've got our own view, which is opposed to the view from the ruling party. For him to stand to say imaginary, I think is demeaning to us who were elected by the people on 23 August 2023. And I think when you see us here, we don't stand as Mshoriwa, we stand with 1,000 or so people that voted me to come to this August House. So I don't want to be demeaned, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Honorable Mshoriwa, I was listening attentively to Honorable Butau's debate. He did not refer to the party. He said, and I will subquote him, he said that now before we would queue for 12 hours or more to get a passport, but now it's 24 hours you can get a passport, unlike the imaginary opposition of minds of people who would want to dispute that. He was not referring to the party.
On a point of privilege, Mr. Speaker.
The guilty shall be afraid, but
on a point
I think
of
that's what
privilege,
he was
Mr.
talking
Speaker.
about. Honorable Butau, please go ahead.
On a point of privilege, Mr. Speaker.
Privilege?
Yes.
Yeti.
Mr. Speaker, kana muchitonga zviya izvi munofanira kutonga zvinenge zviri fair, nokuda kwekuti imimi mukataka kuchitikandira mashoko, this house will then descend into chaos. Tiri kukumbira Mr. Speaker kuti kana makutonga tongai zviri fair, mukapakurawo mopakurawo futi uku zviri fair. Zvataurwa naHonorable Butau, it's demeaning and you know it, Mr. Speaker, but you are defending him. That is the zviri kuita kuti tizotaka kupopota. Gadzirisai ipapo, Mr. Speaker. Maita basa neprivilege mandipa ndakugara pasi.
Like I said, I listened to his debate very well, and for your own benefit, I will also ask him to repeat it the way that I understood. And that's exactly what he meant. Yeah, but talking about that, we could see such in one. Those are our pass at the same class. Hey. Honorable Butau, can you clarify that for them? Because I think I heard you very well. And knowing you, because I've had a lot of conversations with you, I know you are a man of utmost respect for other people and other parties, and I know you didn't mean to demean anybody. They just misunderstood you. So please enlighten them.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for that kind contribution and support. I just wanted maybe just to assist Honorable Mshoriwa to ameliorate his concerns.
And you are left with 2 minutes while you're doing that.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Our leader of government business.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Our leader of government business.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, but 2 minutes again. Okay, what's your point of order?
Majita, Honorable Speaker. I think it's no kosha, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Butauga. Va respected Darineri, va respected the opposition party. Honorable Butau, Munu waka wona imwe experience, vanga vari mu office ya Mam Juru, vaka vakazozi
atikura nhorondo tikuda kuti gaga aiwa nhorondo akweti
ndautopedza vakasangana nedambudziko gore racho vakabuda muno chimbi vakaenda kunze kwenyika saka ngavarespekte masaidi ese zvine izvi zvaupenyu zvinonetsa honorable Butau vakangoerekana vashaika munomu ngavarespekte vamwe vanhu ngavarespekte vamwe vanhu rangarirai gore remanga muri muofisi mwana mujuru kuti chii chakaitika
One point of order, Speaker.
I was with
On a point of order.
I was with it. Honorable Butau, please take your seat. I was with it. As we remember to Munagasimuka, the point of order, name was Simuka. Garaipas. Honorable Butau, may you please order, honorable members. Please, can you exhaust your 2 minutes?
Honorable Speaker, if you want to get the best out of me, give me threats. I will face them head on. I am born a warrior.
Order, Honorable Butau, order. Honorable Butau, let's stick to the debate, please. Finish off your 2 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. China is developed to a $17 trillion economy. They do not have elections. So there is absolutely nothing wrong with us as Parliament electing our president. We don't want elections. If we could avoid them at all completely, I would like that. And point of order. I do not have a single moment of regret about my emotions and what China has achieved. And I want to go back, Honorable Speaker, I insist. I want to go back to the point that the leader of government business listen to these very same people that are pointing fingers today and incorporated the Registrar General's amendments. So we will never have a point of convergence because our principles are different. And you can never intimidate me, whether it was because I worked for this vice president or the other. I will stand. I represent the people of Mbire, and you cannot cow me no matter what you say. We want to vote for President Mnangagwa to continue for the next 2 years. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will fight.
Point of order. Thank you. Point of order. musabaye mamaiki.
Point of order. Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Order. If you have a point of order or anything, please just stand up without switching on your mic. And then when you are recognized, that's the only point where you switch on your mic. Are we understood? Please, let's adhere to that.
Point of privilege, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, order. Honorable, yes, Honorable Magumire, what is your point of order?
Mbado chigaro point of order yangu sumuka pamashuka atarwa na Honorable Matewu okuti vanhu vekumbiri vari kusapota bhiri iri asi hakuna kugwagwa vanogorisapota sei nenhamo yari kusangana nayo atenda.
Point of order yenyu. Order, honorable members. Point of order yenyu ndairashira kure. Honorable Zerezai, you may take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Nekundipa mukana uno kuti nditsanangudze zviri mubhiri iri. Nekuda kwenguva kana kuti nekuda kwezvakataurwa, bhiri iri rava nenguva richitaurwa muno, asi handingashayi mashoko ekutsigira zviri mubhiri iri. Ende ndoda kumira ndakamirira Bikita East ndichitaura sekundituma kwayakaita. Kwakaitwa maconsultation Bikita yese ndaivapo, pakasumuka vese vaida kutaura vachipiwa mukana vachitaura zvavaitaura. Pane zvese zvakataurwa handina kuona kana vanhu vaviri vakapikisa zvaitaurwa apa. Munhu wese akapiwa mukana, akapiwa akataura zvaiva mumwoyo make. Asi kune munhu umwe neumwe asina kuzowana mukana ipapo, takazoenderera mberi, vanhu vakati tokumbira kuti toita sei, vakanzi nyorai ma written submission. Ndinofunga kuti ma written submission eBikita achabuda sezvazviri zvandiri kutaura pano. Zvakabuda kuBikita zvinobudikidza maererano nedevelopment iri kuitwa munzvimbo iyoyo. Ndizvo zvakavapa chivimbo chekuti makore achawedzerwa mutungamiri wenyika nemakore achawedzerwa vamiriri veparamendi nemakore achawedzerwa makanzuro. Vaisimbisa kuti makore iwayo anoita kuti development yaitwa munguva iyoyo kana kuti munguva ine vanhu ivavo inokodzera kuti vaenderere mberi kubudikidza nebasa ravari kuita, nekuti basa iroro ibasa guru rinoda kuti ripedziswe. Asi vanovimbisa futi zvakare kuti kupedziswa kwaro basa iri kune chekuita nemunhu anenge aritanga. Regai nditende mumiriri weimba ino, Honorable Ziyambi nepfungwa yavakapa kana kuti nepfungwa yakaita kuti vauye nebhiri iri. Saka zvavakauya nebhiri iri zvakasapotwa zvakasimba, zvinova ndizvo zvakaita kuti vavimbise kuti kana bhiri irori rikapasa, nyika ino munhu wese achaona muono wekufambira mberi kwenyika mune zvakanaka. Handichadi kuwanza zvokutaura zvakanyanya. Regai ndiinde panyaya yemadzishe. Nyaya yemadzishe inyaya yakagarirwa pasi kubva munguva yehondo. Mukaona munhu ari kupikisa kuti madzishe vasapinda munyaya dzematongerwo enyika, ane chekuita nekudzosera nyika ino pasi. Saka Bikita yakati kana madzishe ari munyaya yematongerwo enyika, tiri kusimbisa kutungamirirwa kwenyika ino, tiri kusimbisa kufambira mberi kwenyika ino mune zvakanaka. Ndatenda mubato wechigaro.
Thank you, Honorable Zerezai. The next honorable member to take the floor is Honorable L. Linyani.
Ngiyabonga Honorable Speaker. Mina ngivelela eMat North. Mr. Speaker, angivumelani lakho ukuthi iGender Commission idilizwe ihanjizwe ku Zimbabwe Human Rights Commission ngoba umsebenzi wayo umkhulu njalo ilokhe isasebenza ngoba izifiso ezifiswa ngomama kazika fezeki. Ungakhangela Mr. Speaker, omama lokhe besahlukuluzwa kwezemacansini, amantombazana ayahlukuluzwa, omama kwezomnotho welizwe abakafinyeleli ngendlela esuthisayo, ukukhokhela kwezombusazwe omama kabakhokheli ngendlela. Ungakhangela phakathi kwedale leParliament ngabe kayisikho ukungeniswa ngePR omama ukuthi ngabe omama kabakho ngoba amathuba ukuthi bawaphiwe bengela nzuzo eqondileyo bayawaswela. Okwesibili Mr. Speaker, angivumelani lakho ukuthi iNational Peace, iZimbabwe National Peace and Reconciliation idilizwe. Iloba i10 years zayo sezikwanile ukuthi ime khonapho, akulalizwe elingahlala lingela commission egcina ukuthula lokuxolelana. Singakhangela khathesi Mr. Speaker nxa kuthiwa isiphelile isidilizwa, ama chief abebhoda edinga ukuthi kube lokuxolelana lokuthula phakathi kwabantu bemathebeleland ngendaba yeGugurawundi. Kodwa akukafezwa ngoba babhodile bama endleleni, impendulo kabakayibiseli ebantwini ukuthi betho ukuthi kathesi kuminjani, belokhe besakhala impendulo ezidinga bengazitholi. So ukuthi iCommission leyi idilizwe kuyabe sokusithi ukuthi nxa sokulokuxabana lokungaxolelani phakathi kwelizwe kuzaswela ozakulungisa lokho. So sithi iZimbabwe Peace and Reconciliation ayiqhubeke ikhona Mr. Speaker. Okwesithathu kungeza kwethemu yama MPs lomkhokheli welizwe lama councillors. Mr. Speaker, angisoli lutho ngakho, kuhle ukuthi kwenzakale, kuhle njengoba besitsho ukuthi kumele kuqediswe ama project. Ngokokuqala mina ukukuzwa lokhu ukuthi kuyangezwa ithemu ukuthi kuqediswe ama project akaze kwenzeke, okutsho ukuthi kutsho olunye ulutho engilutshoyo yilolu, ikakhulu emhlubulweni wesabelweni semathebeleland. Ngale emhlubulweni wemathebeleland Mr. Speaker, lokhe kwathola uzibuse kunombuzo omkhulu obuzwayo ukuthi umgwaqo wenkayi usukela koBulawayo uyi180 kilometers, kodwa umgwaqo lo suthethe amathuba ukuthi kungafika i40 years lokhu senziwa. Umgwaqo bani oyi180 kilometers othatha iminyaka engi40 ukuthi uze uphele? Imibuzo ekhona yonke leyo. Mr. Speaker, ukungezelelwa kwethemu lokho kuzaba lihlazo ekucineni kwakho konke nxa izifiso zikaZulu zingafezwanga. Ungakhangela umgwaqo weBulawayo Victoria Falls Road, ukhangele uPlumtree Road, oGwanda Road, imigwaqo yonke leyi mina ngithe ngikhula ngiphethe umntanami oka 1992 ngiqalisa ukuzwa ukuthi imigwaqo leyi iyalungiswa lami sengingani sengingumuntu kuthi ukuthi iminyaka engu-34 years lokho kuzanywa ilokuzeni izikolo bakhangelela ukuthi imisebenzi abantwana bathwele nzima. Mr. Speaker, thina sihlala emaphandleni uyezwa usizi nxa abafana bevela ekutsheketsheni bengcolile bengatholanga lutho phezu kwesitofu ababe besigebhile okuthi ukuthi iminyaka elandelayo Mr. Speaker kusiyafika ku-2030 kuyabe kungela mfana ozaphinda azale empilweni yakhe ngoba amaqolo sephelile du ngendaba zokutsheketsha ngokuswelakala kwemisebenzi. Izibhedlela Mr. Speaker ungahamba kathesi uyezibhedlela zeMathebeleland kuswelakala ukuthi kwesinye isibhedlela engengangena kiso iklinik ekhona esebalanda elesilingi elengayo so ukuthi kwesinye isikhathi kuzaba ingozi yokudilikela abantu khona ngale kuseMathebeleland lapho izibhedlela zifile akula mithi akulani nxa kusengezwa ithemu kungabi lihlazo lokuthi kusasa abantu thina esiphakathi sonke kungasalanga umuntu ozabe phakathi ngaleso sikhathi uzabe lehlazo lokuthi abantu bazamkhafulela ngamathe ephuma eParliament ngesizathu zokuthi akufezekanga izifiso lezo okuthiwa zingezelele ngayo ithemu ebantwini. So kuyisicelo Mr. Speaker ukuthi uhulumende eMathebeleland kubonakala ukuthi imigwaqo izibhedlela imisebenzi kusiyafika ku-2030 konke kufezekile. Mr. Speaker, ngiyabonga ngalamazwi ngileqiniso lokuthi izifiso zabantu zizafezeka.
Siyabonga mhlonitshwa Linyane. The next honorable member. Yes, Honorable Joe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise on a matter of privilege regarding to the unfortunate and regrettable incident on the behavior displayed by Honorable Matewu. During today's debate on CAP 3, as observed by everyone in the chamber, at the material time, Honorable Matewu's conduct consisted of the following infractions: persistently disobeying the direction of the presiding officer, 2, threatening the sergeant at arms and refusing to leave the house upon instruction, 3, shoving and pushing Honorable Amauswa in a manner that is unbecoming of an honorable member.
Order. Honorable Amauswa. Okay, order.
Honorable Speaker,
order, sit down.
Honorable Speaker, say, if a member was not pushed, it's going to be observed on the video. Honorable Speaker, say. 4, discrediting the Constitution and generally being disorderly. It is my contention that the conduct is a breach of privilege or constitute of contempt of Parliament and offences at law. Honorable Speaker, say, I therefore move that you rule on the matter. Thank you so much.
Order. Honorable Joe, your point of privilege is noted, and I shall study the matter and give a ruling on the matter tomorrow. The honorable member to take the floor is Honorable Aim J.
Lijone njani mphathishlalo?
Order. I'm hearing women voices heckling. Zwakawoma. Honorable Mujay, please, you may go ahead.
Ngiyabonga lethuba leli elinike lona Mr Speaker se lami ngiyaphakama ngisekela iCape 3 yonke njengoba lithe singasaphindi okukhulunywa ngabanye lami ngaba lethuba lokuphuma le committee sibhoda sese eMark North ngalibona Mr Speaker se belingu chairman wekomiti esiphumelayo okokuqala saqala seyejolojo angizake ngibone since ngangena iparliament leyi ipublic hearing eparliament ubunengi wabantu ababuyileyo ukuzosekela uCape 3 ijolojo yaphuma lobunengi ngalibona Mr Speaker lichair laqala lanika abantu kade begcwele phakathi kwehall laze laphuma phandle kwehall ejolojo asimange ejolojo sase saphuma saqonda ewange kwaba futhi labantu abanengi kuholi leli because bengihamba le committee nale bemphakathi kwecommittee nale ngabona abantu abanengi abavele ewange babuya bazosekela iCape 3 leyi nxa ngisakhumbula ngabona umuntu oyedwa nje kuphela esukuma eyala uCape 3 but ngabona abantu abaningi bomsekelo sasuka futhi silani chairman saqonda eBhinga ngamangala mbona ubunengi babantu beBhinga lokhu besithi twalumba le Cape 3 from Bhinga saqonda eLupani kulapha sacina khona ngabona futhi abantu bebuya lobunengi ende bebelisekela iCape 3 so lami ngiyayisekela iCape 3 njengoba lami ngisuka koBulawayo lami ngimela iCountry Park ngithunyiwe sike sahlala phansi njenge province uchairman wami uJabulani Sibanda wathi mafana thina sesiqedile sesitshela lina ubaba uKefas veteran chairman bathi thina sesiqedile hamba liyoqeda imisebenzi eParliament iBulawayo yonke sibazwile besithi Cape 3 zwayendwa lathi lapha lami ngiyasukuma ngisithi bakithi iCape 3 zwayendwa sesicinja nje isikhathi ukuthi sikhulume sengikhuluma umsebenzi omningi enziwe ngumngameli wethu ukuthi ngani sithe kumele simngezelele iminyaka emibili le okuqala lapha emvela khona eCountry Park sokuya kwisibhedlela esihle isibhedlela lesi asivalwa besingela sibhedlela eCountry Park but kathesi umngameli wethu ngoba ubesitsho ukuthi angichindawo emuva so sesikubonile akwenzile umngameli wethu yikho sisekela uCape 3 okwesibili iCountry Park bakithi ngingalithela ukuthi yiyo the second biggest constituency the whole Zimbabwe we've got over 75,000 people ngeskiwa so besingela Majesty Court but ngumsebenzi kapresident umngameli kuyayakwa iMajesty Court kathesi so yikho sithi phambili le Cape 3 ukuthi upresident eqedisa umsebenzi wakhe oweMajesty Court ngoba sasibona abantu bengabotshwa sibona amapolisa begadi ikhombi lezibotshwa bese eWestcom kumbe town but kathesi lathi sesikhangela ukuthi sibe lani le Majesty Court yethu ngumsebenzi kaHE siyakubonga siyasisa besisithi phambili le development baba mina ngagwashupa Murambwi famba shumba Murambwi le development famba siyabonga njengabantu beCountry Park futhi besingela amagetsi basinika ama-transformer we are having 34 ama-transformers ukuthi uCountry Park
point of order point of order point of order honorable speaker
Order, Honorable Mjay.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Order, Honorable Mjay. Yes, what's your point of order, Honorable Moloke?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The rules of this August House are very clear that when you are presenting, you must speak in one singular language. I'm hearing 3 languages from this Honorable Speaker. Thank you. And you are not allowed to give political slogans because you represent everyone, not just people from your party.
You represent everyone in your constituency.
Order. Honorable Mj, go ahead.
Ngiyabonga mphathishlali ngokumvikela ngoba ngesikhiwa sabe sithi I was just quoting. Ngiyabonga lo msebenzi omuhle oyenzwa ngumngameli. Ababalisi kathesi thina koBulawayo sebethola izindlu. Ngumsebenzi kababa upresident omuhle. Yikho simsekela sithi phambili eCape 3 ngoba ababalisi abanengi bebengela izindlu. But koBulawayo abantu sebelezindlu. So siyabonga umsebenzi omuhle oyenzwayo ngupresident. Nxa sikhangela igwayi Shangani yabe ifikela ku constituency yami eCoutback yikho kuyabe kule sithi ngesikhiwa water treatment plant. So siyabonga ngomsebenzi esiubonayo. Sabe sikhuluma ngeglass block. koBulawayo kuyabe kuhlupha amanzi. So upresident uhle wathi ngesikhiwa not leaving any place no one behind. Uyasikhangela abantwana bakhe. So ngiyabonga lingabona lapha engihamba labo lingakhangela uchairman wami wama-youth uFreedom Rage, Honorable Freedom Rage. Olaye wahla wathi phambili eCape 3 lingakhangela uminister upresident wethu kachiyi umuntu. Khathesi wahla wasifakela ama-minister thina abantu bakoBulawayo. Lingakhangela Honorable Mavunga was being directed to be the deputy minister. So ikutshengisa ukuthi siyamsekela kakhulu uCape 3. Nxa lathi silibona mphathisihlalo hayi uyambonga upresident wasinika Cape 3 umnandi manje bakithi umnandi uCape 3 umnandi uCape 3. So hayi lalawa mazwi ngelami ngiyasekela ama close wonke akuCape 3. Then sesibuya kuzinduna. Mina ngiboni ngoba iclose iyabe sithi izinduna zilelungelo zokuvota. Izinduna zilelungelo ukuthi labo befike okuyabe kukhulunywa ngozembangazwe. But abantu mbona ngathi bayasaba ukuthathela isikhundla. Yet iclose ayikhulumanga ukuthi izinduna ziyabuya sizo ngesikhathi sithi ukucontesta. Bavunyelwa labo ukuvota njengathi silelungelo lokuvota. So ngiyabona ngathi iclose leyi inhle ibalekile. So angiboni ngathi sizivalele izinduna ukuthi bebuye bezovota. So lami I second this clause phambili leCape 3. Cape 3 uchi. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Mujay. For the avoidance of doubt, to say Pambili ngo Cape 3 is not a political slogan. It's just like just this past Sunday when I was at church. Order, Honorable Mologeli, you don't do that. When I was at church, the Spirit of God drove me to stand up and I shouted, Pambili ngo Jesu. I was not being political. It was not a political slogan. Yeah. No. The next honorable member to take the floor is Honorable T. Dumbarimwe.
Ndinotenda mubato wechigaro nenguva yamandipa. Mubato wechigaro ndinokutenda nenguva yamandipa kuti ndizotura mashoko abva kune vagari veMutare South. Vagari veMutare South vari kusapota bhiri 100%. Vagari veMutare South vari kutsigira kuti president awedzerwe makore kubva pa5 kusvika pa7 years. Ma-MP kubva pa5 kusvika pa7 years. Makanzera kubva pa5 kusvika pa7 years. Ini handichadi kupedza nguva nekuti zvizhinji zvakanakira bhiu rino zvakataurwa mudare rino. Ndatenda.
Order. Honorable Sagandera, what you have done, order. I mean, Honorable Dumbarimwe, sorry. Honorable Sagandera, please take your seat. Honorable Dumbarimwe, what you have done here is what we call setting a good precedent. Well done indeed. If only a lot of honorable members could do like what you've just done, this house would move faster and progressively.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I salute that kind of spirit.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The next honorable member to take the floor is Honorable Sagandira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise to debate on the Constitution of Zimbabwe Amendment Bill number 3. At the outset, allow me to clearly place on the record the position of the people of Makon Central constituents whom I represent in this august house. Following extensive consultations and engagements within my constituents, the overwhelming view of the people of Makon Central is that they reject the proposed constitutional amendments. They believe that the constitution adopted by the people of Zimbabwe in 2013 was intended to establish strong democratic institutions, institutional safeguards, and accountable government. They are therefore concerned by any amendments that appear to protections or reduce the direct participation of citizens in the government of this country. Before addressing the substantive provisions of the bill, I wish to place a matter of grave concern on record regarding the public consultations process on constitutional amendment bill number 3. The people of Makon were not afforded a meaningful opportunity to express their views during the public hearing conducted on this bill. Makon is one of the largest districts in Zimbabwe, comprising of 5 constituencies, namely Makon Central, Makon North, Makon South, Makon West, and Headlands. Given its size, population, and geological spread, it was only fair and reasonable that the district be allowed its own public hearing venue. Instead, the people of Makon were expected to participate through a hearing conducted at Chipembere Business Center in Mutare Rural District. This arrangement placed an unreasonable burden on many citizens who wished to participate in a process concerning the supreme law of this country. Mr. Speaker, allow me to illustrate the practical difficulties faced by ordinary Zimbabweans.
Order, Honorable Sagandira. Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Say, my public hearing avari kutaura takaparticipate pari. Even
order. Allow him to say.
Honorable Speaker, say even the former MP kwa wakatorera akauya ma public hearings sanga ari convenient kuvanhu vakawanda vasada kutaurisa zvisiri.
Thank you. Order, honorable members. Like I mentioned earlier on, let's minimize disturbing debates. Honorable Sagandira, go ahead.
Indebted, Mr. Speaker. A young girl with a disability in the Werwe and a war veteran in Chendambuya, Makon North, had to travel more than 60 kilometers to Rusape and therefore thereafter proceed for a further 40 kilometers to Chipembere Business Center, a journey exceeding 100 kilometers. Equally an elderly grandmother in Iringanai, Makon Central, a youth community chair from Mutendevure in Makon West, would have been required to travel comparable distance in order to participate in the hearing. For many citizens, particularly persons with disabilities, the elderly, war veterans, women, youth, and those with limited financial means. Such distance effectively become barriers to participation. The right to be heard in constitutional matters should not depend upon one's ability to travel over 100 kilometers to a venue located outside one's own district. Mr. Speaker, constitutional amendment process derive their legitimacy from broad, inclusive, and meaningful public participation. Public consultations must not only exist in form, they must genuinely be accessible in practice. Where citizens are prevented by distance, cost, or logistical challenges from participating, the consultation process cannot be said to be fully capturing the views of the people. Many citizens in some parts of Zimbabwe were effectively denied a realistic opportunity to attend, present their views, and participate in the process that directly affects the supreme law of the land. Mr. Speaker, constitutional amendment process derive their legitimate not merely from Parliament approval, but from meaningful public participation. Where a district of the size and importance of Makon is not provided with an accessible platform to contribute its views, legitimate concern arise regarding the inclusiveness and representative of the consultative process.
Point of order, Honorable Secretary. Honorable Mahachi. Order.
Okay.
I made a ruling earlier on. I said if you want to rise on a point of order, you stand up and say it without your mic on. Then when I recognize you, you can switch on your mic. So since you breached that rule, I will override your point of order for now. Honorable Secretary, go ahead.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned by the proposed amendment relating to defense forces. The current constitution places a clear obligation upon the defense forces to uphold, protect, and defend the constitution. This is not merely symbolic language. It reinforces the principle of constitutional supremacy under Section 2 and ensures that defense forces remain guardians of the constitutional order rather than servants of any individual or political office. The great constitutional scholar A.V. Dicey reminded us that the foundation of constitutional government is supremacy of the law over arbitrary power. Institutions entrusted with safeguarding the constitution must therefore possess both duty and capacity to resist unconstitutional conduct. By weakening the express obligation of defense forces to defend the constitution, the risk weakening one of the institutional safeguards that protects the rule of the law. Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I shall not continue to quote some other scholars, but I will go to the next point. Mr. Speaker, I oppose clause 3 because it effectively deprives more than 7 million Zimbabweans of their right to directly elect the president. While Parliament may participate in constitutional process, it cannot do so in a manner that diminishes the fundamental political rights guaranteed under Section 67 of the Constitution. The principle that political authority derives from the people is as old as constitutional democracy itself. This philosopher, John Locke, argued that government derives its legitimacy from consent of the governed, and constitutional amendment that transfers a fundamental democratic choice from millions of citizens to a smaller board of representatives must therefore be approached with great caution. I'll go to my last point, Mr. Speaker. I am concerned by clause 21 affecting traditional leaders. Chiefs occupy a unique constitutional position as custodians of our culture. Much of the debate has been done. I will want to quote the African statesman Julius Mwalimu Kambaranje Nyerere, who also taught that national unity is strengthened when leaders serve the whole community rather than particular political interests. Preserving the non-partisan character of traditional leadership promotes that objective. The Constitution deliberately requires traditional leaders to remain non-partisan so that all members of their community, regardless of political affiliation, may have confidence in their leadership and dispute resolution. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the people of Makoni have made their position clear. They reject these proposed amendments because they believe they weaken constitutional safeguards, reduce democratic participation, and undermine the independence of institutions that are intended to serve all Zimbabweans equally. For these reasons, I respectfully urge this House to reject these provisions and save the constitutional principles of democracy, constitutional supremacy, accountability, national unity, and the sovereignty of the people. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Sakandira. The next honorable member to take the floor is Honorable Raradza.
Maita basa batu wechigaro nenguva yamandipa chokutanga rega nditi maswera sei chokutanga rega nditange nekutenda gurukota rinoona nezvekugadzirwa kwemutemo honorable ziyambi vakatora nguva yavo vanzwa ruzhinji rwezimbabwe zvichemo zvavo, vakatora nguva vakabika poto yavo vakanyatsoirunga zvakanaka, zvinova izvo zvavakauya vakapakura muno. Mapublic hearings akaitwa nhasi uno vakaverenga kepiri kanwa iko kaita kuti tive tinopinda muno tichitaura. Ini ndakamirira mayouth eMashonaland Central Province. Kunova iko kune musho, kunobva ikombe yanehanda. Ndauya kuti ndiwe ndinoparura kana ndiwe ndinoisa rurimi rwangu muno mudare guru rino kuti mhuri yeMashonaland Central Province vandomiririra muno mudare guru mayouth nemadzimai zvezvakare vanotungamirirwa naHonorable Tigezi pamwe chete neprovince yese yeMashonaland Central Province inotungamirwa naHonorable Kazembe. Tiri kusapota bill number 3. Izvi zvaonekwa mushure mekunge Second Republic mbasa guru riri kubata munyika. Ndichataura nyaya dzemaroads emakiriniki zvechi makensa manhingiri makazviona. Ndakuchitaura zviri kuitika pano paBindu University pari kugadzirwa mafoni kana kuti mbozharunhare nemalaptop nematablet. Asi dambudziko guru ratinaro isu nderekuti tinozvitarisira pasi. Mubato wechigaro izvi zvaonekwa nemhuri yeMashonaland Central Province inova yandotungamirira kunyanya vechidiki kuti iko zvino vava kugadzira mafoni, malaptop, zvikuratidza kuti mabasa ari kuwanika zvekune vechidiki. Ini ndakakura kwedu kwatinobva kumuzarabani kana kuti kudande mai vangu vaigara vachinditi chinoziva ivhu kuti mwana wembeva ndiye anorwara, kana kuti mukadzi kana achinge ane pamuviri ndiye ega anogona kuziva kuti mwana ari kutamba mudumbu kana kuti mwana nhasi uno hasi kutamba, anofanira kuenda kuna chiremba. Chiregai nditaure nyaya iyi kuti nyaya yevoters roll anoziva kuti munhu abarwa kana kuti munhu afa kana kuti munhu asvika 18 years ndekwaregistrar general. So ndokwata kuti voters roll ngaende ikoko. Isu tiri kuti kuvoterwa kwapresident ngavavoterwe muno, nekuti mutungamiriri wenyika paanobuda muno achienda kunana UN kwamuri kutaura ikoko, nekune dzimwe nyika vaungana semapresident ingowani vanotaura kuti kana president achinge ataura nzazimbabwe yataura akavhota zvonzi zimbabwe yavhota. Saka chii chotadzisa kuti isusu chii chikutadzisa isusu kuti kana tichinge tauya muno tivhotere president, nekuti isu ikoni kumakanzura vanovhotera angave chairman wekanzuru kana kuti meya vanovhoterana ikoko. Sachotadza chii? Ngazviitirwe muno pajekerere, tisevhe nguva time, uyezve tisevhe mari, nekuti kumational central province kwandobva uku aiwa vana vari kufara, vari kuti aiwa vari kuda economic development kuti rambe ichienderera mberi kudarika 2030. Saka varongoti ED ngaaramba achingoenderera mberi kudarika 2030 nekurarudzira. Kuwedzerwa kwemakore maviri kwakatinakira mubati wechigaro, nekuti 1 kunyanya isu vechidiki mazuva ano achada kutamisirwa nguva iko zvinozvi vatondiudza kuti ko ingwani vari kuritivi rekuruboshwe uku vari kungotaura nyaya yekuti hapana kana mumwe chete ari kupokesana nebhiri. Ndikati ndizvozvo zvakanzi kunyange vari kuritivi rekurudyi kwangu vazhinji vari kuwirirana naro bhiri 1. Ko chamisa chii mubati wechigaro? Chii chamisa kuti tingovhota? Zvino ndakafara gurukota rinoona nezvemutemo parakataura last week zvakanzi aiwa takati vanhu tivape nguva yekuti vanotaura zvavanoda, asi ivo vakataura kuti aiwa hapana chamisa. Hapana chamisa, hachisi chinhu. Chamisa ndechekuti vanhu vanofanira kupiwa mukana yayo kuti vanodhibheta sezvatiri kuita muzuva ranhasi. Zvino chirega nchipedza nchiti aiwa mhuri yemational central province kunova iko kune kuri kuvhuterwa mbuya nehanda, kuno iko kwandinobva kunyanyanya kunana Dande tisu vanhu taitasirwa pasi vangufanana nemapostori. Kareko patainamata isu zvaitoshamisa kuti wonzi uri mupostori, zvaitoita ngezvonyadzisa. Asi ko zvino zvakutorumbidza kuti unzi uri mupostori, zvinoratidza kuti zvinhu zviri kufamba zvakanaka. Makatarisa kutourism Zimbabwe iri panumber 1 iko zvinozvi security council tirikozve zvakare, zvinoratidza mabasa akanaka ari kuitwa nababa Munangagwa. Saka second public iri kuratidza kuti kubata basa rakanaka chaizvo. Iko zvinozvi vana vedu chaimuchaimo vemunomu vari kufamba nezvikopokopo. Asi iyo nyaya ndataura yekuti pabhindu university apa pari kutengeswa mafoni, mumwe ana kana shure kuti anomboda unoitenga anoda unoti ano foni iyi pamwe ndeyefeki, kusavimbana chaiko mubati wechigaro. So ndangoti ndingotaura ndichiti mhuri yemational central province kusanganisira neni tiri kutsigira zvakanyanya zvikuru ED kuti asvike 2030 nekuraudzira economic development. Naye wayo mubati wechigaro ndoda kukutendai maita basa.
Further debates, I call upon Honorable A.R. Mpofu.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, just a minute. Sorry. Okay, maybe you can call the next member as I search for my notes. Thank you.
Further debate, I call upon Honorable Dekunye.
No, but this time procedural.
No, Madam Speaker, it's this side.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Point of privilege.
Ndabofunga kutaura nechirungu asi regai taura
Point of
nechivanhu.
privilege, Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Kumbo.
Yes.
You were shouting while you were sitting down,
My
and I haven't
apologies.
recognized you. I know what I'm doing. It's Honorable Dekunye, then I'll come to the other side.
But
She did not debate.
Yes, not.
She did not debate. Let's not disturb the process,
No,
please.
but you are the one who is not following the list. She declined. her
Honorable
form.
Gumbo, let's not disturb the process. Honorable Mpofu did not debate. Allow Honorable Mdekunye to debate. Honorable Mdekunye, you may proceed.
Maita basa, Madam Speaker, ma'am. Ndasimuka kuti ndisewo mashoko wangu. Kwete mashoko wangu, mashoko emhuri yeBwera South. Kutsigira Cab 3. Handisi kutaura mashoko angu, handisi kutaura mashoko emukadzi wangu kana bhururu wangu. Ndasimuka kutaura mashoko emhuri yeBwera South kana kuti uHera South. Madam Speaker, kuti ndinge ndirimire pano ndingati ndakasarudzwa nevanhu veBwera South. Pachirungu inonzi it's a privilege kuva pano. Ndakaona vanhu vanga vakadzidza nevasina kudzidza, vanga vane mari nevanga vasina mari, vanga vakangwara nevanga vasina kungwara, vakatadza kunge vachimirira uHera South kumirira kwandiri kuita kuno. Saka muno mandiri muno handina kuzvimiririra, ndakamirira mhuri yeBwera South. Saka zvese zvandichange ndichiita muno, ndichitaura muno, ndezvemhuri yeBwera South. Saka kana ndiri muno kudai, ndinototeedzera zvavanhu vakandiisa muno muparamendi, vanova mhuri yeBwera South. Saka kana ndauya muno muparamende ndikanzi nditaure zvandinofanira kunge ndichitaura, ndenge ndichitaura mashoko eBwera South. Ndikanzi ndivhote pandoda kuti ndivhote, ndenchivhota. Kana ndichivhota, ndinenge ndichivhota mashoko eBwera South. Saka zvikamuka zvichinzi vhotera president, ndinenge ndichivhotera president ari mashoko eBwera South, haazi mashoko angu. Kutouya kunga ndiri muno muparamendi, Madam Speaker, ndakamirira Bwera South. Saka kungava kudzokorora kuti Bwera South yandituma kuparamendi kuti enda unotimiririra. Saka ndiri muno ndakatokwana kumirira Bwera South mune zvese zvoda kutaurwa neBwera South. Mukana wandakapiwa pachirongwa chaenda nedemocracy, handina kutongonongedzwa. Takatotangira kuma primary elections, Bwera South ikandisusukidza kuti ndamberi. Tikabva ikoko tikasangana nemamwe mapato akawanda, ndikakunda futi. Saka kuva kwangu muno kwakatozara kuti ndini Bwera South yacho muno. Ndikatorara muno ndichikotaura zvese zvandinenge taura ndezveBwera, Madam Speaker.
Where is Chinotimba?
Ndoda kuenda mberi, Madam Speaker, muchindibvumira. Asi ndinopotora mukana uno kuti nditende minister wedu waZiambi, nekuti zvekunyora mutemo izvi taona nekuzwisa zvinotaurwa nevanhu vanonyasa kuzvigona zvakatsetseka. MuZimbabwe muno politics dzeZimbabwe dzine chekuita nevhu. Politics dzemuZimbabwe dzine chekuita nevhu. Kana takaona mapolitician anga ane politics dzisina kuita nevhu vachitambura, they became irrelevant quickly. Hondo yechimurenga yekutanga yakawirwa ivhu, hondo yechimurenga yechipiri yakawirwa ivhu, tikasvika palate distribution tikadzoka kumashure chaiko chaiko madzimambo nevamwe vaitorwa uchirwira chi ivhu. Kwandinobva kubhoera South